Woo! Damn, dude. Yes. The tuxedo. I rocked the frickin' full-blown tuxedo. This is a black tie David Wilcock event. David is in effect. He's got everything lined up for you because he loves you so much that he's willing to go that extra mile and get dressed up for you and make this thing really nice. Sorry that I had so much trouble, folks. I think there was some type of high-level attack going on just now. I was trying to get in there, and I was trying to do my show, and it wasn't allowing me to stream in. It was having all these weird problems. I had to completely reboot the machine, start everything up again. Maybe the lesson is I got to not leave it set up like this for so long, and I just need to do it right before I get in. But anyway, this was terrifying. I didn't know. Wedding, okay, penguin suit. So you guys can hear me, that's good. Yeah, this was terrifying. I had no idea if I was even going to be able to do the show. But here we are, and everything looks good. Woo, look at that shit. Darn it all, man. It's just incredible. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here because there are crop circles coming in that I was only just starting to get through last week. And there's been another one that just showed up on Sunday right after the show. And it's also amazing. So we're not going to talk about the troll this time. I mean, just briefly, because it's a little bit of a story, of course, that I got swatted. But, you know, I would really recommend that he just cease and desist making public statements against me. And let's just leave it for the lawyers. That's what I want to do. I don't want to talk about this publicly. But, you know, when somebody attacks you and they make death threats and they call the police on you with false claims, those false claims fall under the definition of legally actionable stuff, and that's what the police want me to do. So we're working on that now, and it's all going to unfold over the next week or so. The police just finished their investigation yesterday. I have access to that report now. I haven't had a chance to do it yet because I had to get this show done first. Bonnie Blinsky says, "Hey, David, good to see you have 500,000 subscribers. Congratulations. Great suit." Beverly Wood says, "Don't give them your energy." Yeah, I mean, look, it is unfortunate sometimes that you have to fight people. I've been doing legal battles since I was in 8th grade. The first legal battle I ever had was over this ear injury, as we've talked about. And this was my former best friend. We used the pseudonym Kevin. And the one thing that my father's lawyer told me, that an Italian grandma, she kept saying, the less you say, here we go. I don't know if she actually had a cigarette on her face when she was doing this, but the less you say, the better. The less you say, the better, David. Don't say anything at all except the absolute minimum that you absolutely have to say. The less, I kept trying to ask her questions. She's like, the less you say, the better. It's like, all right, well, the less I say, the better. I get it. And that's exactly what should be happening in this situation with the person, Steven, who's doing this. He keeps getting himself more and more incriminated every time he makes a video. It's kind of amazing. His latest video has created a whole bunch of new problems for him that he didn't have before. I don't know why he keeps making public statements and admitting to what he's doing, but for your own sake, please just get an attorney. And the first thing the attorney's going to tell you is stop talking online, stop making attacks. The best you're going to get is maybe a plea bargain. You're definitely going to jail either way. Bro, I got to just tell you that Tramma character is freaking hilarious. I found myself thinking about it days later. Keep all this content coming. Tramma says, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tramma loves you too, baby. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You look a little peaked, though. Maybe we need to bake you some cookies again. Maybe Tramma could come to your house. You know, I could be there with you. I could stay in my own little room. You give me a mother-in-law apartment. I help you out. You know, I cook things for you. I make lasagna. I make spaghetti and meatballs. It's all up to me what I want to do because, you know, when you get your Tramma on there, you got your mother-in-law, and then you got to just start dealing with the vagaries of the day-to-day reality that you're now living with a grand woman. All right, well, so yeah, we're in a great mood today. That's why I dressed up for you guys. I figured, you know, you deserve it. You deserve that extra polish. You deserve that extra little edge of quality. So look at this. I've even got the black buttons and everything. I mean, can you imagine? Yeah, this stuff is hanging around, and I'm ready for black tie events if I ever had to do one. I don't need to rent a tuxedo. And the main focus again, the main focus is that the deep state is in a high level of desperation. This is where we were starting to go last week, but we never really completed the thought. Thank you all again for your kind donations. We just, people are disappearing. Talk about that, someone says. Never stop doing Trama, says Centarius. Are they rubber buttons? No, this is the real thing. These are cufflinks. You see the black right there. There's a metallic clip on the other side. You got to squeeze it through the shirt. It's kind of a strange thing to do. It takes a little more time. But you guessed it right. White, grandma's chicken. I'll make you some chicken soup. So many places I can go with Trama. I had so many Italian grandmothers who I got exposed to in New York. And so this character embodies all of the most hilarious and funny things that I encountered in my time living in New York State. Tarotina says, happy David always. 5,000 Argentinian. Kenneth Bates, wow, $50. Share the positivity, spread the message of hope. And we have Gary Gulf 1991 at $10. I bet Trama makes great cookies. She smells like Ben Gay. You're absolutely right. I need liniment. You see, Trama's delicate hands, they get all tired, and so you got to put Ben Gay on there because there's arthritic pains, and it's horrible. It's like needles of pain going through your hands. It's just incredibly bad. So you put that Ben Gay on there, and you smell like, very, very minty. You know where Trama is. That's the one thing. It's kind of a security problem because, Trama, she doesn't know what's always going on. Oh, my God, I just burned myself. Trama doesn't know what's going on. So sometimes I got to put liniment on my hands. You understand, folks. It's really crazy. All right, anyway. I got to have some fun with this character. Please cut the cord with Stephen. Daniela Montana says, let the lawyers deal with it. We are here. Give your perspective on Ezra Post. Yeah, I mean, you guys have to understand, though, that when somebody is making death threats and actually calling in a SWAT on me and getting the police angry, I have to make a response because, that's what we did last time. So it was pretty miraculous. I mean, the real story for me is the fact that this guy did this and he got this business card on my door, and we'll talk about that a little bit again. But yeah, the main focus is, I think that this thing with Stephen is holographic. Okay, I think it's holographic where I've never had anybody do this kind of stuff to me. I mean, he's been doing it for a long time, but it's really reached an apex. And it seems to be a hologram of what's going on with the DS and the fact that this battle is reaching its pinnacle. We're at the pinnacle of the whole thing right now. It's getting really crazy. We had Bobby Bajizik says, keep up the vibes. Gene Novacek donated $10. Thank you very much. Smash the like button. That's true. Trama needs to work with your hair. Come on, you guys. Be nice. Anyway, almost everybody is nice. We only have a couple of haters. But those haters are very, very focused and dedicated. And we, had a very amazing thing happen where the shape of the police badge on the business card was duplicated in a crop circle that showed up the same day. Now, that is a legitimate bona fide miracle. Of course, haters are never going to acknowledge that, but their opinion is irrelevant. What matters is your opinion. They're fighting for your opinion. And again, this is a hologram of what's going on the deepest level. We had that debate go very badly. We have Joe being out of the picture. And now Kay, the one who would be replacing him, is profoundly unpopular. And it doesn't really look like this is going to be something where she stays in office or even is going to be part of November. It seems like there's going to be another replacement. We're getting lots of intel coming in that there's all kinds of infighting. You know what? I had to rock the tuxedo for you guys. This is that kind of time that we're in. It's the amount of love that I can spread through giving you this type of dressy appearance. I mean, come on, it's great. You'll notice there's a little more blue over here. I got another one of these cool lights to make it even more psychedelic and awesome. So even this shot looks better. Everything looks better. I'm doing this all for you guys. There is a huge backlash against their dictates. And I think one of the most important things that we can reflect on right now is what happens when all the money gets cut off. They really are in trouble. They still have some control over the media, but without all that money flowing in, they don't have the ability to do dirty tricks. They don't have the ability to hurt people the way they used to. They can't call in a hit like they used to. Those hits cost, typically the briefings that I got is that a typical hit costs $5 million. And it's something like, there's a team leader who gets paid a little bit more than $1 million, and then there's 4 other guys in the team who get paid a little less. Then you got to subcontract out the cleanup after you're done, usually to another team, which is called the silver dollar. And that's because they only get paid in silver or gold for what they're doing, and they're the ones that'll go in and actually get rid of all the blood and whatever is there. And then they got to try to make it look like it was an accident or that it was a suicide or something like this. So that stuff is expensive. A bunch of intervals of $5 million really adds up. Plus, as Dr. Greer said way back in 2001, publicity is protection. The greatest thing you can do to save your own life actually is to get louder, not quieter. If you stay quiet, if you don't want to be exposed, then you can just disappear. And so that's not really happening again too much anymore, but it can. And so obviously the risks that I endure doing what I'm doing are very high. And I was really significantly concerned after the event that happened with 45, getting shot through the ear. But at the same time, right away I remembered that I had this very interesting dream. And the dream had all these symbolic connotations where a month before it happened, as I said, I saw him get nearly killed and there was blood. He got slashed on the arm. And then I went after the person who did it, and they tried to escape in a hot air balloon. It was a stylized version of this 4-sided balloon I built in physics class in my senior year of high school. And I was the only one that got it to get off the ground. Stavati, we've actually had some very cool stuff going on. We have a minority-owned lender now. And the main person, the female who's been trying to help us get money lately, is Black herself. So I'm really excited about this because one of the things we're doing, we're working with 4 countries in Africa to help them rebuild their air force by upgrading MiG-29s to get them to a NATO-ready status. Now, they had been getting those MiGs, of course, from the Soviet Union, but now they've become part of NATO, part of our Western alliance. And so what we can do is offer them something where for as little as I think it's like $20 million per plane, we can upgrade the plane, we can give it modern radar, modern avionics, modern wheels, modern brakes, and now it can communicate with other NATO aircraft, and they actually can rebuild their air force at a very affordable cost. So we literally do have 4 different countries in Africa that we're already working with right now to get that going, and it's the only recycling program I'm aware of. After we came up with an F-16 upgrade, it started to happen. We gave our information to Uncle, and then magically they figured out how to do it. And so we've seen them try to do that with Israel and with Turkey and some other places. But nobody else but us wants to do this recycling program. Typically a MiG-29, if it can't fly, it's considered scrap. And so we can buy these at a very low cost. It looks like we might be able to get them for as low as, I think, $2 million each, or $4 million from one particular country. So we're sourcing different MiG-29s, and then we're going to have skilled machinists who cut off the wheels and they weld on these new wheels. And it's all been designed. We know what we're doing, and it's going to work. So this is a very exciting program that we have. And again, the money that we raise from this, it's going towards things like the free energy, anti-gravity, med beds, and these quantum computer chips that work on photons instead of electrons. So at the same time that you have the prophecy literally coming true from the Bible, the meek shall inherit the earth, the violent are in real trouble. There is this huge backlash, as I said, against their dictates. And here's an example of something referring to the D Company and how there's this dramatic decline going on in their overall revenue stream. People are just boycotting them on a massive level. And look, this really hurts. When they don't have that money flowing in, they have to start firing people. They don't have the budget to make new television shows, new movies. So we've already seen now Hollywood has contracted so much that they're only doing a few shows a year. In the biz, show is what the name is for a movie, okay? So there's only a few shows a year being made. There's only a few big budget movies being made. I watched one of them recently, Godzilla versus Kong, and it was really hilarious. They had an Australian character in there who had a Queensland accent, just like my Colin McGeezer. He looks like me. He's got my wavy hair, and he's a major character throughout the movie. So the David fetish in Hollywood goes on. And then, of course, we came to what they just did with these games and dancing queens and bizarre symbology. And this was an open, flagrant, blatant mockery of the Last Supper, as you can see right here, where they did it all with, they said they were trying to be inclusive. And they turned this, as I said, into a honey trap for people on X, where any use of this content caused your account to get seized up and taken away from you. But that did not have the effect that it wanted to. They're trying to play by the same old rules. They're trying to do the same old bag of tricks, and it's simply not working anymore, you know? Instead of being able to silence everybody, this, you know, if you will, ham-fisted attempt to create a cover-up was very unsuccessful, and now already you've got the people who organized this show having to come forward and apologize for what they did. They don't apologize unless they absolutely have to. These people, their whole organization is built around incredible narcissism, ego, as you would normally call it, self-aggrandizement, you know, trying to be in a power position, trying to dominate other people. And look, I've gone through it in my own life. It's reached an apex. And so, you know, what's happening to me is just a hologram of what's happening on Earth. And that's why I don't want to focus on myself this time, because we're all going through this to varying degrees. We're all being presented with those who want to invade our free will. And the Law of One has some very interesting teachings on the so-called luciferian force, as I've said before. The luciferian force is that, according to the Law of One definition, that which invades free will, okay, to create movement and growth. The universe allows the luciferian force to exist. It allows the luciferian force to attack you. It allows the luciferian force to get its digs in for a while. So let me give you an example. This is an example given in the Law of One. Let's say that you have a tribal society, and let's say that the male elders, the shamanic elders, rule unequivocally. They're looked at as gods incarnate, and those people have a very strict set of rules and beliefs. Maybe they think that the earth was formed on the back of a turtle or something. We're on a big turtle shell, so everybody believes a turtle shell. Everybody believes that the sun is a fiery chariot. There's no technology growth. They have grass skirts. They have primitive makeup that they're wearing. And this might last that way for thousands of years. Nothing ever changes. And remember, in this society, this hypothetical society, which could be anywhere on Earth, because everybody starts out in kind of a caveman thing where you've got stone knives and bear skins. Women typically are very denigrated in these tribal societies. They don't have equal rights. The elders rule. The women are not even allowed to have a voice. They're not even allowed to be at council. They certainly can't vote. They're not voting democratically for their leaders. And so this situation creates stagnation. You can have the same situation go on for a very long time. There's stagnation. The women don't have any rights. And what the universe actually allows for in the Law of One system is the luciferian force, which in this case would be the European conquerors, conquistadors, like, for example, Columbus and Magellan and, you know, Cortez, various conquerors who are essentially evil. We don't want to look at it that way, but remember, when the 500th anniversary of Columbus came out in 1992, it wasn't like there was a big celebration. That was the year after I graduated from high school. I was in college. Nobody really wanted to celebrate the 500-year anniversary of Columbus because now we know that they were killing people, enslaving people. They created a plague. They said, here, have these smallpox-infested blankets. This is the Luciferian force. They want gold. They want money. They want domination. They want land. So they're not really interested in doing anything good for the people. But the universe does have angelic beings, and if those beings want to stop something from happening, they can. So this is another point that's really important. There are positive beings in the universe, and they can make something not happen. They can stop that invasion from ever taking place. So this is where we get into the idea that negative greeting, if you want to call it that, like the idea of your society being invaded by conquerors, and that's what the Draco reptilians are trying to do. That's what these aliens are trying to do. Negative greeting is not allowed to occur unless your society has authorized it. So if your society is a violent rape culture where elders rule and women don't have a voice, and you have no new technology, and you're not getting smarter, you're not having literacy, nobody learns how to read and write, then the universe may allow for the Luciferian force to invade your country, and that creates movement and growth. Now, the movement and growth can come through exceptional pain, because what happens is the people are displaced, they have to do a diaspora, they have to run, they can't live in their own houses anymore, their houses are getting burned down. If they don't leave, they're going to die. And then what happens is that as they get conquered and this culture comes in, the culture now, the Luciferian force culture, has superior technology. They have a system of reading and writing. They have all these things coming out. Cargo cults, yeah, Edgar Galindo said that. That's a good point. So, yeah, we do have slow mode on. That's because certain trolls will try to just bombard us every second with hate comments. So if you notice the slow mode, it's just Valkyrie mentioned that. You can't type something more than once every 60 seconds. That's the way we've got it set right now. So sorry about that. If that bothers you, then maybe you ought to just watch the show, and not focus so much on trying to write something. But yeah, cargo cults are a great example where we had a situation where people were invaded in the islands outside the east coast of Australia, like Papua New Guinea and this type of area. I think it's called Micronesia. And anyway, these Micronesian islands were invaded by, the U.S., actually. We came in there, we landed, we made airports and airstrips, and people started to worship us as if we were gods, because all we had to do was call in on the radio. If they said, hey, we need a bunch of bananas, we're starving, could you please give us food? And we call in bananas from some other country in Africa, let's say. The next thing you know, this plane lands and it drops off bananas. And so the name for that was cargo. And so these people started to worship the idea of cargo. And so still to this day, there are islands where they write USA on their chests, and they have fake guns and fake planes and fake radios and fake goggles. And they worship the fact that the U.S. came because they think of these people as gods. And even if you tried to say that that's not God, it won't work. So that's the downside. You don't want the invading culture to be worshipped as gods, but a lot of times this does happen. So cargo cults are a great example of this. But again, even though it was very painful, the Law of One says that karma can be meted out this way. So in that society, there might be tribal warlords. They end up dying because the conquerors decide we got to kill the strongmen in this tribe. So they all get beheaded. And then more moderate leaders are chosen, selected by the conqueror, who are not going to be as difficult to deal with and work with. And then the conquering society introduces things like women's rights, things like the right to vote in the more recent past, literacy, technology, and your culture gets assimilated. And so ultimately what that does is it creates growth through this induction of movement. So what's happened here on Earth is actually the very same thing. We have all these problems in which people are practicing darkness in their own lives behind closed doors. They keep that darkness secret. They don't want to talk about what they really did. They don't want to talk about the evil that they do. In other words, let's just give an example of child abuse. You have a parent who's abusing their child. Maybe it's very severe abuse, but nobody talks about it, right? It's never discussed. The abuse is kept secret and quiet. Katie Langford just donated. Thank you very much. So, there's a lot of good things going on here. And we have, thank you, Katie. Wednesday, it's Wednesday here in Australia, David. Stop doing secret darkness. I don't know. We have a lot of trolls on here today, so we're just going to keep on working with that. there's a lot of stuff going on, folks, because of course, you know, the cabal does not like being challenged. They do not like their authority being questioned. But again, as I was saying, there's a lot of hidden darkness behind closed doors. And so holographically, we are now all having the invasion of free will by the Luciferian force. And people used to not pay attention to this. There would be these very, very dark ceremonies taking place at the Super Bowl halftime show, at the Grammy Awards, the Olympics, et cetera, and there was really no pushback. I mean, people would watch this stuff, but they'd say, well, you know, whatever, it's just what these guys want to do. It's just their own expression. They actually tried to use the excuse of inclusivity, okay? Well, no, it's not just being inclusive. It's the fact that this is a group that had an itinerary to try to conquer the world, in which case those who were the members of this group and who had looked up to them and played along and done what they wanted them to do, those are the people who now get elevated into the elite. Lincoln the Guardian just donated $10. Thank you very much. And Todd Stacy says, David will never be compromised. David is protected by the divine. So yeah, we have a lot of good things going on here. And what's happening is that this group is being opposed. The backlash, as I said, is much greater than they had anticipated. And we just had, as I said in my last show, Mike Adams saying that he's recently learned that these folks are now coming for people speaking out in the truth, far more aggressive than anyone feared, planning to silence, jail, or bankrupt all of the major voices before the election. And you're actually seeing that now. I mean, as we're looking at the comments section here, there's a lot more trolls in there today than usual. And again, that's probably because our friends have called in reinforcements and they're trying to make themselves look big, but they're really not. You know, this is a very, very minority view. Very few people support this. People don't want to have their lives disrupted. They don't want to be fed a bunch of disinformation propaganda, and they're really fed up with it. So this led to, again, the debate performance was really incredible, where the difference between the two candidates was so shocking that nobody could deny who was more competent, more intelligent, more effective as a future leader for the next election. And so now we've seen that search engines, you can't even type in anything and find, you know, the assassination attempt on blah-de-blah-de-blah, 45. They don't even let that come up. They got caught doing that. Now they have to apologize for that. Meta was trying to say that any of the pictures from that day were altered, and they got caught doing that. They don't want you to even see the pictures. They don't want you to have... They're trying as much as possible to strip away the righteousness of people like me in 45. But it's not working. The harder they try to make us look bad, the harder that people show up in my sidebar here, and they're trying to make me look bad, all it does is it just proves that I'm over the target. You know, we're talking about something that really upsets them. They don't like this. They don't like what I'm doing. They're trying to intimidate me. Certainly calling in a SWAT on me is one way to do that, to try to make me feel like, wow, you know, maybe I better back off. Well, I don't back off. I don't give in to the fear. I mean, I might not enjoy what I'm having to go through. I might not enjoy having to call the police and say, hey, my life is in danger. But this is a salient point. When somebody threatens me, I'm forced to get an attorney. That's what the police demanded that I do. So getting back to the slide yet again, my prophetic dream from a month before the shooting happened has already said, it already indicated that this will stop the insurrectionism. This is going to be the final step that brings all this chaos to an end. And I've talked extensively about the fact that beginning in 2009, I was briefed on the existence of something we call the Alliance, which is a group of military people in the military intelligence community in America and around the world who have banded together. And because they don't control the media, this is not publicly known. And somebody like 45 can only make hints, but he's made some pretty grand hints recently. And they keep using these posts on X from Ezra, and it's the shadow at the beginning. And, you know, these posts are sometimes getting 10 million views, sometimes 4 million views, you know, staggering amounts of engagement. And they often post videos which have a certain number of seconds in length, and then those seconds relate to the original posts from 2017, again, the 17th letter of the alphabet. And when you go back and look up those numbers and you say, okay, well, what would the number 36 be? That's one of the most important ones. And so they actually do have to communicate in code. And so one of the things that we've seen well, it's only really one guy, but one of the things he keeps doing the most is trying to say Shadow of Ezra hates David. And it's preposterous. They keep giving me flagrant endorsements every week that do not take very much intelligence to see. It's obvious that the Alliance really values what I'm doing here. I have a high level of production value. In fact, I don't know of anybody else who's got this kind of setup where you've got the multi-camera thing. I've got my switcher right here. My camera angle number 6 is slides that come off of Apple Keynote. That's the program that I'm using. So I can build slides in Apple Keynote, which is the same thing I used to do when I would do live shows. Same thing I used to do when I ran shows for Gaia. So for example, today's show probably has, I don't know, 200 slides or something like this. I get to show you crop circles. I put text on the screen. I have a beautiful set. I have this wonderful blue light in the background. Looks even better now that I got this light down here. So we got a good tight ship here, you know. I dress up for you. I wear a tuxedo. I mean, come on. That's going the extra mile. That's really spreading the love. I'll dress up. I'll become Tranma. I'll become Angry Daddy. I'll become Colin McGeezer. You know, there's all these things that we can do to make it more fun. And the Alliance obviously appreciates this. They're probably not going to get mad at anybody for spreading their information. Again, the whole point is that they're putting this stuff out because they want people to use it. Now, most people who spread their information do not give them credit. They don't link back to it, probably because they're too scared. So Ezra is giving out points to talk about, and people are distributing those points, and they're getting clicks, and they're using that as their leads for stories, but they're not actually saying where they got it from. I hardly ever see anybody doing that. And maybe, again, they're just not as brave as I am. I don't know. But, you know, it would be a good idea to give credit where credit is due. And so there's no reason ever to assume that they dislike what I'm doing. In fact, I've gone through extensive amounts of slides showing you that the Alliance is highly in support of what I'm doing. The very last couple of posts out of the 5,000 they made starting in October 2017, the very last couple of them are right up my alley. They talk about protect your DNA. They talk about Ascension. And all that stuff, you know, they've been communicating with me very consistently. I've never written them email. I've never had direct text with them. But I don't feel like I really need to because they keep making such shocking endorsements that, you know, it doesn't take any type of special insight to see that they've been very supportive. And again, I think anybody, well, we got some donations coming in. Cheryl Blankenship, she said, did you notice the Sheriff Star crop circle has dog houses? Just for you, take a look. Thank you for all you do. You rock. Well, we'll check that out. And Warren Zettel says, David, you were always in my prayers. You first made me aware of the Alliance in the last 3 years. I found out they've always provided protection for me. They sent me to Odessa, Ukraine over 6 years ago. That's great. And then Pankaj Patel says, David, I think the world of you. Do you think a 10 or many-hour documentary movie should be made of how we all got controlled by the DS, but how the White Hat Alliance has defeated them? Well, they haven't defeated them yet. That's an important point. Somebody's trying to pick a fight about Corey. Mean Ob1 says, Shadow of Ezra isn't against David. No one is against anyone. Tell Russell I say thanks for trying his best. I know he hates me or the AI that is telling him to hate. It's Tuesday, David. Some of us have jobs, LOL, says Cindy Sims. How do we protect our DNA, says HWMO Liberty? That's a good question. 5,000 subs, 500,000 subs, should you celebrate it, David? Yes. Genuine question, David. Somebody just donated here. Since God is in charge of the archangels like Michael and Gabriel, do you believe Michael is under Jesus and you put Michael prophecy above the words of Christ? Of course not. See, that's another just like troubling. People are always trying to stir up trouble. Archangel Michael is the highest level angel. There's, in some views of the Bible, there's only one archangel. But again, you know, there's a certain number of people who just seem to have this, it's like they're drowning. And they're just so desperate to try to make me look bad that they're willing to lie and make things up and do anything they possibly can to try to defame me. And defamation has a very specific meaning. I was looking it up today. Then you got to go to the word slander, and then you got to go to the word calumny. But the point is, for defamation, you actually have to knowingly lie about somebody. You have to make up a lie and then present it as the truth. And so there was no defamation in the show I did on Sunday. That was all based on publicly available information. Anyway, it's all really silly stuff. And, you know, there's a couple people out there trying to make themselves look big. They create hundreds of different troll accounts, and they want to act like, oh my God, David is in trouble. David is a con artist. It's not true. You guys love me. And this award behind me shows even many years ago, I was getting a lot more subscribers. And again, I worked very, very hard. I've probably worked harder than anybody else in the field. I've put out a lot more information than most other people in the field. I can't think of anybody in the field who's done anywhere near as much as I did. When I was on Gaia, I had weekly shows for 6 years, you know, and then after the first couple of years, I had 2 weekly shows for 6 years, and they were the top shows. So the popularity is undisputable. And what's also indisputable is that the alliance is real. And you can look at these posts and you can see for yourself, okay, they definitely have a vested interest in getting us to be confident that they are doing this job, and it's a vast intelligence operation. But where it really gets confusing is that people want, you know, like if you look at religions and they say Jesus is the great comforter, people want to be comfortable. They want to just feel like they can trust this world, and they can look at a television and watch what's on the television and trust and believe what the television is telling them. Whereas now it seems like that's a very dumb thing to do. You don't want to believe what they tell you because they're actually having an agenda. And then people are willing to say, well, you know, yeah, they're kind of evil, but it's basically fine. No, it's really not. There's actually very, very serious problems going on. It's very dark, and the agenda is much darker than you can imagine. They actually wanted to have a huge, huge loss of life. They wanted to get it down to less than 1 billion people, and they wanted most of the people on Earth gone. And if they were able to do this, then there would be a order in the world that is new, and it would involve where you are a total slave, you're microchipped. If you go against what they say, they cut off your money with a digital money system. You can't buy, sell, or eat. Doesn't that sound like the mark of the beast in the Bible? Yeah, you better believe it does. I actually wasn't that interested in Christianity before, and I started teaching the law of one, and as time went by, I kept saying, you know, everything I'm teaching is pretty much exactly the same as Christian principles. And then as I kept digging deeper and deeper and deeper, I found out, you know, the law of one says that they built the pyramid as a monument to the coming Christ. They talk about everlasting rock, which is a Bible reference, you know. And then it wasn't really even until 2021 when I went back and discovered that these readings I had done using remote viewing protocols from 96 to 2000 were prophetic of what was happening now. They knew all about COVID. They knew all about inoculations. They referred to that hundreds of times. And it doesn't really matter what some random troll says online. We got some more. We got a big one here, $100. Thank you, David, for waking up the masses. You do not have to explain yourself to anyone. They're trying to distract you from what is important. Waking up the masses by your teachings. Peace, love, and light. Your exchange is a killer here. Thank you very much. We don't want to kill anybody. But yes, thank you for that nice endorsement. I really do appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Rod does not say they built a monument to the coming Christ. Yes, they do. So we can, you know, I've never seen so many trolls here today than what we have today. Normally there's hardly anybody, so the word has gotten out, and the DS has obviously concentrated a lot more of these fake assets on me. That's why we're seeing so many of them in the sidebar, and that will probably happen through the whole show, so just be aware that this is not normal. This is a new uptick in attack traffic because they've probably decided they got to put more assets on me. But that's okay. That means that we're doing something good, and again, you know, time is on my side. I'm not in a big rush. I don't feel any type of urgency or desperation at all. I'm actually very relaxed, and I feel good. My company is definitely going to get financed. We have, you know, there's 2 very nice loans or investments that are coming in. One of them, the larger of the 2, actually wants equity. And so, you know, this person might end up getting 10% equity in the company. I think that's what we're going to be offering. That's what's in the business plan. And 10% equity for what we're going to be doing is gigantic. I mean, the return on investment that this guy is going to make is absolutely gigantic, and it's not going to hardly take any time at all. So we are definitely moving forward. Time is on my side. I'm not in a rush. I'm not in a panic, but I also don't want you to get swept up in the tidal wave of fear, because they are in trouble, because they are running out of time, because they have had the cords cut. They've had their money cut off. They've had their public support cut off. Politically, they are circling the drain. They're in terrible, terrible, dire straits. And so they are lashing out, and everything is about trying to manipulate you into believing lies, believing things that are not true. That's what the Luciferian force does. It invades your free will, but in the process, it creates movement and growth. So as I said before, you might have people who are practicing darkness in their homes, but they don't ever talk about it. Abuse is taking place, but then they say, well, I love my kids and I'm a good parent and blah, blah, blah. Well, then why are you yelling? You know, in Michael Prophecies, I talk about the fact that yelling at your kids is essentially as bad as physical violence. It causes the same type of trauma. It can cause psychopathy. It can cause PTSD. So if you're regularly yelling at your children, then you are creating sizable damage that they're going to be in therapy about later in their lives. So when we have that type of permissive attitude towards abuse, when abuse is occurring in our families and we act like, you know, it's not a big deal, whatever, it's not a big deal. I'm a good person. I'm good to my kids. I'm not doing anything wrong. If enough people are like that, then that authorizes the Luciferian force to invade and conquer. And then in the process, there's movement and growth. So now we're actually learning, okay, we need to become better people in our own lives. Maybe I can't control or change what's going on in the greater world. Maybe I can't stop these evil people from doing what they're doing, but I do have control over my own life. I do have control over how I treat people, over what I say, over how much respect I have for others. And, you know, the DS is creating their own rules. They don't believe that there's any way that they could be opposed, or they didn't for a long time, because, well, if you control the police, you control the judiciary, you control the media, you control corporations, pharma, militaries, etc., then they really did try to do in 2001, you know, in September, and then again what we saw in 2020. These were bold power grabs. And if they got what they wanted, then you would have a microchip in your brain. And if you stand up to them, then it gives you this debilitating electric shock and you poop your pants and you fall to the ground and convulse. And you would learn very quickly never to stand up to them at all. And so that's the kind of dystopian Orwellian society that some people actually want, because again, when children go through trauma, they can develop psychopathy, where large portions of their brain are no longer active. And they don't get any type of satisfaction off of love. They're not going to get satisfied by hearing a teaching about being loving and forgiving and Christian. Instead, what they're going to do is they're going to lash out at other people, and through lying to them, through taking advantage of their naivete, then they get satisfaction. The striatum in their brain is the center of pleasure. It's near the corpus callosum in the middle of the brain. The striatum lights up when they see people getting hurt, killed, tortured, etc. So it's a whole different configuration in which bullying becomes their greatest joy. And since in my business, when we're dealing with aerospace, there's a lot of money involved, another thing these people always chase is big money. So we've had psychopaths come and go. We've had many, many con artists come and go. In fact, most of the fundraising that we've tried to do, it actually turns out that the people who are doing it are liars and con artists, and they want to steal from us. So we've been through this dozens of times. And we've had so many strange stories told to us about the money and how they're going to get the money and you know, trying to make it sound amazing. And they lure us in with lies, where we're still dealing with this all the time. But one of the odd things that really is, I would consider to be the Achilles heel of the psychopath, their big character flaw is that at the same time that they want to manipulate you, that they want to lie to you, that they want to control you, they want to betray you And ultimately, their goal is to destroy you. They really do want to destroy people's lives. That's what, again, they can't get pleasure off of being kind. They can't get happiness from being loving, from hugging you, from being nice to you. What they get pleasure from is deceiving you, pretending to be a good person, pretending to be everything you want, and then they come and stab you in the back. That's what they enjoy. That's what they live for. So each of these psychopaths that have come and gone and tried to con our company, it turns out, we had some donations. Roger Zubarik, thank you for everything. We will have to watch you tomorrow. Sorry about that, but we got 3,700 people watching, so we're doing really well for during the week. We're only like maybe 800 below the normal. Mine 12Y just donated 12 British pounds. Thank you very much. If I keep looking at that, but I'll check it sometimes. If I see one of them go by in the corner of my eye, I'll make a mention of it. So the real Achilles heel for these con artists that have consistently tried to rob our company, to my view, the real Achilles heel that they have is that they just need to be bullies. They have to bully you. They have to make you feel bad. They have to be dominant, aggressive, shaming, demeaning, and humiliating. And that to them is as important or more important than the money. So when you see somebody, like in this case, the deep state, or we could use my troll as an example too, somebody who's willing to destroy their whole life, once this goes to court, maybe he can get some plea bargaining, but he's only really going to be able to reduce the sentence. He's not going to win. He's already going to lose. And if he got the lawyer's just going to say, you need to stop talking immediately. Just the less you say, the better. Stop talking. Fight it out, not in the public, But we're seeing this on a global level. The DS has the same psychopathic characteristics. They can't back off. They have to keep escalating and escalating and escalating. That's what they did in the games that we just saw in this opening ceremony. And the more they do this, the more awakened people get and the more pushback they get. And it's very obvious now that something isn't going to happen in November, and it's going to happen sooner than that. The investigation on what took place with 45 is very rapidly, it's even better than the JFK thing. I mean, think about how long we've had to geek out on the JFK thing. That was in what, 1963? So we're talking about 60 years ago? Yeah, 60 years ago, 61 years ago. So it's incredible to think that there's more data that's come out in the last 2 weeks that really tears apart this new story than in the 61 years of investigation over JFK. We've already got this video that somebody shot, and yeah, he was in a panic and his camera was shaking, but you can see flashes coming from one of the windows of the building. That's basically your grassy knoll right there. I mean, it's freaking amazing. There's a whistleblower that just came forward today. I didn't even have time to get his slide in there. So we also have to remember that this whole initiative that we're going through is being guided by higher intelligence. This is not just the military and the alliance working on their own. There are higher beings who are involved, and they're human extraterrestrials, and we are going to meet them. We've been living in an illusion. We think that we're alone in the universe. That's absolutely not true. The more I delved into the UFO cover-up, the more information I gained, and especially once I realized that I channeled this stuff from 96 to 2000 using allegedly 99% accurate remote viewing protocols, all of these words were prophetic of what's happening now. And again, all you have to do is watch some of my shows. I'm not going to keep proving it every week, but you can get the books. We have a great discount code, Actualization. You get the whole course for $156 off. It only comes in at $177. And so, your support of this at thedisclosure.com really helps me. Because again, until we get funded, I've been scraping by, just barely surviving. And it's been a very interesting experience because I'm up here on the mountain alone in a pyramid type of log cabin structure. I just lost my dog, so now I don't even have a security dog. I'm just here by myself. And I have to face off against this stuff with nobody to be here for me, to talk to me, to hold me. None of that kind of relationship support that many people have is in my life. I'm doing this totally alone. I just have to get up in the morning and have the stamina and the grit to keep on going without having anybody cheering me on directly in my own space. And it's tough. it is really tough. So, you know, it's created the invasion of my free will, and seeing what's happening in the world has made me say, I need to go out there and share this information. The fact that Ezra keeps tying in their posts to me, I mean, they reference other people as well. They've actually given shout outs to many people in the truth community, so I can't say I'm the only one. But I will say that they've given me a lot of specific attention. Some other figures have gotten a lot of specific attention as well. I'm not the only one. But they've given me personally enough specific attention that I now feel obligated to do what they ask. I realize that with this show, with 7 camera angles, with my slides and how nice everything looks, I've got a very unique voice. There's a lot of people out there who don't really know how to talk properly. They're always saying, I tried to watch a video last week and this guy just kept saying, and it's like, oh my God. For me, I'm very fastidious about my speech. You'll notice that if you were to transcribe this stuff, that it looks like complete sentences. I don't use crutch words. I don't use these verbal pauses, as they're also called. And my mother was just watching some seminar that she had to watch yesterday, and we had a really funny text dialogue about how upset she was that this person kept saying, and I mean. And the one that really bothers me is the fact of the matter is that, or the thing is that I can't stand that stuff. People say those things. So I realize now that just being able to talk like this and have a really smooth flow without verbal pauses is a rare and special gift. And so even if I didn't have but one camera angle, that's still valuable. And that's why videos of me just being on the radio that had no camera angle, you don't even get to see me. There's no change of camera. And in fact, a lot of these videos had very poor audio quality, and trolls were essentially uploading these. And there was like at one point 26 million David Wilcock videos on YouTube. And then when I pointed it out in one of my shows, it immediately went down within 3 days to 225,000, which was shocking. And that was the first sign that they had much more control over this stuff than we thought. And I really took that to heart. But most of those 26 million videos were of really bad quality audio from radio shows that had no visuals at all. And they would load them up with so many ads, it was so disrespectful. People would actually sit through these videos just to hear me talk and hear a commercial every 2 or 3 minutes. That's not what I'm doing. I could set it up on a high level for the advertising, but I don't. I just use the normal one, which is called balanced. So I think it's like every 10 minutes or so. Now, if I don't have ads, I'm in trouble, because if you're not making the money, they don't support you. In order to get the protection, in order to be part of a guild, you have to sell ads. So that's part of what I have to do here. But anyway, all of these things that I'm telling you do have a point, which is that this type of alternative media, like what I'm providing you and what many others are providing you, is the only way you're going to really get an accurate knowledge of what's going on in the world. And it is very complicated. These are complicated data sets, and people can feel intimidated because they don't have this information. You know, we're told that in school, we're told that if you have inaccurate information in your mind, that you get an F. And F means failure. So people really fight against the idea of new information, because if the information they believe is true turns out not to be true, then they are a failure by definition. And they did poorly. And if you do poorly in school, what does poor mean? It means you don't have money. So society conditions you to believe that if you don't go along with the party line, if you don't have animal tribal consciousness and believe what the television is telling you, that you are a failure because the information you have is wrong, therefore you get an F, and you are poor. You won't have money because you will be ostracized by society. And for a long time, this was true. I mean, let's be honest. I was in the fringes. This type of stuff I'm doing was considered conspiracy theory. It wasn't something that people wanted to talk about. It wasn't something that would get you friends. It wasn't something that would make you popular. You'd have suffering in your life. And yet at the same time, there's been this very fascinating narrative involving extraterrestrials and UFOs. And in order to delve into this world, you have to go through a spiritual evolution from second density consciousness, or orange ray as the law of one calls it, to third density consciousness, or yellow ray. And in order to go through that, there is a specific thing you have to do called individuation. Individuation means that you are now listening to your own inner voice, you're trusting yourself, you're trusting your own gut, and you're not going to go along like a sheep with what the herd tells you to think. And the herd consciousness comes out at you from every side. It's in corporations, it's on soda cans, it shows up when you walk into a major department store, major corporate store. The music that they're playing you go back and watch the videos, they have evil imagery in them. You try to be a part of society, you try to participate, you want to be one of the cool kids, you want to be with the group. Well, the group is actually lying to you. The group is actually very evil and deceptive, and they are trying to enslave us. And so you have to be a maverick, and that requires individuation. It means that you look at the facts, you look at the evidence, and you make up your own mind. So these trolls are trying to denounce me, but they only ever use character attacks. They don't really ever challenge the facts because they can't. I have an incredibly tight integration of data. These are things that you can go look for yourself. And once you find that information, you own the information. People don't like being told what to think. And people don't like seeing comments where people say, oh, David is a disgusting liar and a fraud and a con man. I mean, I've been seeing more of this stuff in the last couple of months than ever in my life because we had to ultimately hire 3 different people to stop these attacks. The attacks are so severe, they're so consistent, there's so many of them that I literally need 3 different paid employees, one of which I call an employee, it's really a whole team. So 1 team and 2 different individual employees who I'm paying just to stop all of this stuff, to try to get you to not believe what I'm saying and try to say, well, David is a disgusting liar and a fraud and a con man, which is the most common thing they keep saying. It's not true. You get to make up your own mind. Just because somebody attacks me doesn't mean you have to believe them. And again, I give you information which exists on its own. It doesn't matter ultimately that it came from me. You could use it without giving me credit if you want to. Some people do that. The real point is that we want to get this knowledge spread so that people understand what the truth really is. And we're now coming up on the first hour, so I want to make sure that we don't get too far out of line with our slides. So I was talking to you last week about crop formations and that they've been appearing since 815 AD with Archbishop of Lyon, Agobard, who actually did a Roswell type of cover-up and called it the foolish opinion of the masses about hail and thunder. So it's literally 1,200 years that this DS has been trying to marginalize people who have contact with human ETs. Back then the ETs were called sylphs, and a certain number of people had contact with human ETs, got brought aboard their cloud ships, that's what they were called, and the cloud ships were from a place that the human ETs called Magonia. So this is where Jacques Vallée has passport to Magonia. And we just saw Dan Scavino post something on X that was of 45 in front of a train that said Magadonia, which was, as I said in a previous show, a direct reference to Passport to Magonia, the classic book by Jacques Vallée about UFOs. So even back in the time of crop circles, they're trying to make these people humiliated, but they acknowledge that crop circles were real because this bishop was actually the equivalent of the government. And that's where there was an integration of church and state, which then later, other events caused that not to happen, which is good. We don't want the integration of church and state, but that's what it was back then. So he made it illegal to take crops out of crop circles. Nobody disputed that crop circles existed. And they've been around this whole time. They've been around all throughout the 20th century. I had somebody come up to me at a conference and say that he knew pilots in World War II, and when they were bombing Germany, and then they would fly back to the RAF, the Royal Air Force Base in England, that they would specifically look for the crop circles in southern England to align them with where they had to fly to get back to their base. So crop circles were being used for navigation of British air pilots in World War II because they were always there. Well, what's been happening is that the crop circles have given us really striking messages that tie in again and again to what I have to say. So it may greatly offend and anger certain people who probably are psychopathic that the makers of the crop circles would single me out. But again, they don't need lots of different people to share their message. If one person gets it right and that person passes all the tests, passes the initiations, goes through the hero's journey, and is fearless and brave and continues to fight for them, then these beings will provide their endorsement. So that's what's happening. So if that makes you jealous of me or angry at me, if you wish that it could be you, you probably don't. Because to go through what I've been through, most people would collapse. They would not be able to handle it. They would not be able to handle living alone, having a divorce, having your dog die, having nobody here, not being able to trust anybody, being attacked all the time, being denigrated all the time. It's a very intense path, having no money, being bankrupt for 3 years, doing this without any type of niceties of life. I basically just eat the same stuff every day, bison and chicken, you know. But that's what monastic life is about. It's about chastity, it's about obedience, it's about poverty, celibacy. That's all the things I'm doing. Now I'm not using medication either. I've been sober since Memorial Day. And even all the crazy stuff that's going on now has not tipped the scales and made me want to use. And one of the benefits of not using is that I'm getting these incredible dreams. And I had a dream this morning that was really fascinating. I had intended to put it in the show, but I just didn't have time, so we'll probably use it next week. But it was a very incredible dream, and so my dreams are telling me to expect very big things on the horizon. And the prophetic dreams are showing me that we are at the end of the game here. We're going to see phenomenal civilization-defining events. You're not going to see the lying continue. There's going to be a moment of truth. There's going to be a moment of clarity. And frankly, a lot of people are going to be really sad because they have been trained to look up to these political figures in the DS as family members. That's why when people meet you, if you're a celebrity, they get starstruck. Even haters, actually, when they meet me, they get starstruck most of the time. I've seen that happen. People who I knew were hating me. And when they meet me in person, they get this kind of bright, happy. I've actually almost never been hated in person by anyone. That's ironic. People are very brave behind a keyboard and the screen. But in person, sure enough, they get starstruck. They have wide eyes. They're smiling. Even if they don't like you. That's another funny thing. Psychopaths want to destroy that which they love. They obsess on you. They're fanatically obsessed with you. There is a type of infatuation involved. There may be a sexual attraction associated with this, but at the same time, they're really pissed off that life didn't work out for them. They didn't get what they want out of it, and so they simultaneously love you and destroy you. And so I've had an extensive amount of experience with this, being a public figure. And for you in your own life, it's very fascinating to note that if you are dealing with somebody who has psychopathy, they will actually be obsessed with you. They will, quote unquote, love you, but at the same time, they keep feeding you this false hope. They keep feeding you little gifts to make you think that things are going to turn around. But you got to look at the day-to-day reality, which is that they're denigrating you, they're humiliating you, they don't have respect for you, they constantly build you up and knock you down. We see this with our fake investors all the time. They're just as interested, if not more interested, in the intentional infliction of emotional distress than they are in actually making money, because the ultimate goal is to destroy. The psychopath persona is very pissed off about life on Earth. It didn't work out for them. They're not happy. They're always angry. They're always sad. They're always nervous. They're always fearful. And what that translates into is attack and disrespect and rage. And so the jealousy of others, they are really pissed off if they see somebody who seems to be getting something out of life, especially somebody who has affluence in the form of material wealth and or fame. So these people may think that they want fame, they may think that they want wealth, but then when they get that wealth or that fame, if they do, they're not happy because their fundamental brain print is not able to be fixed. That's what psychology says. You can't fix a psychopath. They don't get better. They stay the way they are, and they stay angry, and they stay disrespectful, and their goal is to destroy life because they don't like being here. You can watch these shows on serial killers, and they'll lay it right out for you. I don't like being here. And a lot of them actually doodle demons, and they draw demons. Well, that's because they're obsessed with these negative spiritual forces that will feed you energy if you start destroying other people and destroying life. So psychopaths might torture and hurt animals or kill animals. They might try to torture and kill people. There are serial killers out there. There are some people that do that. And the reason they're killing people is they get such a huge high off of it. When they commit that murder, they feel incredible. And they know they're going to get caught, and yet they'll be willing to throw away their whole life and spend the rest of their life in jail just for that high. It's really bizarre, and it's very sad. But at the same time, these people really don't stop. They just keep on going, and it's something that is actually permeated into the elite in our society, or the so-called elite. They control the levers of power, and for you to wake up is to realize that this is what's going on, that the people who are running the show have what colloquially is called sociopathy. That's not really a psychology term. The psychology term psychopath does not necessarily mean that you're a killer or a murderer, but it does indicate that you have this desire to punish, humiliate, and destroy life. And the way most psychopaths do it is they try to get you to do it to yourself. So they want to put you in so much distress that you will break, you will crack, and you will hurt yourself. And so I've been through this for 30 years. I've had people attacking me. It really doesn't matter what anybody says about me online because I'm just conditioned. And I know that you guys support me and that the greater good is being served by what I do. We're almost at 4,000 viewers now. It's good for a Tuesday. And we've always had these ETs, these human ETs in the background, guiding us, watching us, protecting us. They've given us the major religions, including Christianity. We talked extensively about their appearance in the Bible and how exciting that is, what we see in the Bible with these human ETs, that they, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were burned for 7 days in a furnace by King Nebuchadnezzar. They came out totally unharmed. And then he says, "Blessed be the mighty ones," which is the word for angels. So these people, we feel alone. We feel like, there's nobody else out there but us. It's the similar way that I might feel in the house here. I'm all alone. Well, that's not really true. Just because you can't see these beings, they're not letting themselves be seen, doesn't mean that we're not going to have a family reunion. We are. And one of the main ways that they have communicated with us is through these crop formations. And the crop formations have had dazzling tie-ins with my own personal information. So again, what I did with Michael Prophecies, for them, for the higher beings, that is their version of a rock star. If you can come out and actually generate 7 books telepathically and not fall prey to ego and narcissism and womanizing and stealing from people and all these things that cult leaders end up doing. I did not create a cult. I'm alone. I just do my show, and I'm not influenced by people trying to pump me up. I don't take invitations to become a powerful person with a small group of people, which would be what a cult would be. I just give my information. It's up to you if you want to listen or not. I'm not forcing you to. It's your own free will if you want to listen to the show. So getting to the crop circles, we had these prophetic references that are very fascinating because, again, in the Michael Prophecies, the beings found an outlet. It happens to be me, which is a little tough to talk about, that I'm the subject of the investigation. But they found an outlet through me to convey a lot of very fascinating information. And every indication is that the things they're telling us are true. There is going to be a full exposure of the DS. There will be high-level arrests. We're going to see that almost immediately turn into disclosure, which is that this whole cover-up of the reality of UFOs is going to fall apart. And Pete Peterson told me that they have 35 different species worth of ET and that the quarters for them have already been built under the White House. So pretty soon after we get the collapse of this corruption, we're going to find out we're not alone. We're actually going to have humans on TV that are not born on Earth who are going to be introducing themselves to us. And this is incredible. I mean, honestly, if you're not excited about this, if you think that the DS is better or that you should support their agenda or you don't want 45 to win again, well, you got to get past the fact that they want you to hate him, and you got to get into what's really going on here, which is that this is an agenda that they are trying to stop what is behind him, which is the military. So what's ironic about this whole thing is that earlier in his career, he made a lot of mistakes. He made a lot of verbal gaffes. He said things that were consciously unloving, disrespectful to other people, but he never went far enough to authorize his own death. So when they tried to take him out, it didn't work. Instead, he got this miraculous injury within millimeters of his skull, but it didn't actually hit him. Anybody who tries to say that that was staged, I strongly disagree. This was a very real attempt. We had a donation, Digital Soldier, $2. Thank you very much. We had a very real attempt to go on here. And everybody sees it as divine intervention. In fact, that's why they're trying to stop all the discussion about this, because the DS doesn't want you thinking that way. And then, in the 2023 season, we had a crosshairs, as I said in the previous episodes, round way down, where you clearly see what is the four-sided object. It kind of looks like the Great Pyramid. There's a radar in the middle, and then you look at the circles on the top, left, right, and bottom, and those circles, again, indicate crosshairs like you would have with a gun. And we, again, as I said before, and I'm going to just go through this quickly, but it sets up the story, the NATO symbol in the crosshairs as well. So this is a philosophical commentary on what's going on in our world today. The beings are actually giving us guidelines about the fact that the DS is in downfall. And there were dazzling connections between the crop circle formations of 2023 and what was going on with Michael Prophecies. And again, the beings are very happy that I'm doing this. They need me to do this. And when you pass through these initiations, the beings will give you greater and greater levels of trust. If I were actually doing consciously evil things, if I was sexually exploiting people, stealing from them, lying and betraying, and then abusing other people behind closed doors, while then trying to pose as a good guy, trying to pose as a positive person, this stuff wouldn't be happening. They already told me in the Michael Prophecies that if I started to act selfishly, that they would authorize my death. So it's very, very important for me that I maintain an Olympic athlete level precision in being a good person, because that way I continue to be trusted by the Alliance and by these higher beings. So again, the day after the shooting occurred, we had this squared circle crosshair formation that had this stylized bullet next to it, as you see right here, and this was a direct reference to the shooting that had just occurred. Then, only, 5 days later, we had trumpets. And this is another fascinating formation. Again, the name of it was Bradbury rings, sort of like Ray Bradbury. And what we actually see here is they look like trumpets that are also sound waves. And it also looks kind of like a blossoming flower. Also very important is the flux capacitor. And then we also see that the horns of the trumpets, the edges of the trumpets look like stylized human ears. And then inside the ear canal is what looks like bullets. Again, similar to the bullet in the previous image. So we have 5 of these trumpets of the archangel. And again, the word trump is used in the Bible to illustrate a trumpet. So this actually encodes the name. And there were formations that were doing this going all the way back to 1999 that I talk about in, I believe, books 6 and 7 of the Michael Prophecies. I still have to get those slides in. So his name was written into crop formations. That formation about crosshairs and a bullet came in the day after the shooting took place. And then we immediately had this one, this 5 trumpet formation, which again is the trumpet of Archangel Michael. It references 45, it references his ear, it references the bullet. This is totally amazing. And they did another one very recently, just on Sunday after my show, I found it, that again references 45. They actually used the number 45. There's 45 dark triangles in the formation when you draw a grid over it. We'll show you that. So these are not random symbols, folks. This is something that's ongoing. And again, as we said before, I took my dog to the vet on the 22nd, the earliest I could get after the black diarrhea. She looked fine other than leg trouble and incontinence. The receipt I already showed you, the euthanasia report. So this was on Monday the 22nd. And then I got swatted with 2 different emails that were sent to Boulder Animal Welfare filled with all these lies, provable lies, which is defamation. That's the real version of defamation. And I got the business card on my front door, as I said. By the time the officer had arrived, the dog was already gone, but this officer was here to try to say that I was an animal abuser because initially they believed these fake emails. And then I had to explain everything. That the attack came from these 2 emails loaded with lies. I explained about Stephen, And then the entire office has been informed, and they basically demanded that I do a lawsuit, which I'm now in the process of doing. And then on that same day, as I said, we had the Roman Road crop circle Tuesday. The same day that the business card was left, we had this show up, and it has all these interesting things going on. Somebody said it's got dog houses in it. Yeah, I can kind of see that. The pentagons do look like dog houses. Okay, you were right. The overall shape geometry was exactly the same as the business card that was left on my door. You see, I'm blowing through this really fast. Here's the card again. But wow, I mean, you see it's a 7-pointed star with the tip pointing down. There's a circle on the outside. There's a circle on the inside. It has additional geometry in it. The original one on the business card didn't. But again, this was the very same day. You're trying to tell me that's a coincidence? You're trying to tell me, oh, ha, 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 David's a con artist. David's a shark. Come on. I mean, of course he's going to keep saying that. If he got an attorney, the attorney would say, please stop saying anything. You're getting yourself in more and more trouble. In fact, yesterday he did a video and he gave me tons of gifts. He doesn't understand anything about what he's doing, and he keeps getting himself more incriminated. Really, the best thing he should do, I'll give him free legal advice, would be to stop. But anyway, this was so amazing. I consider it the greatest miracle of my entire career. Because again, the crop formations reached out through space and time. Nobody is saying that this was man-made. I doubt that it was. It's done by these human ETs. And they are using me to fulfill important things on planet Earth. Most likely because I'm not authorizing my own death. If somebody tried to do that to me, it would be stopped, just like what happened to 45. Now, do I want to live my life entirely trusting that? No, you have to be very careful. You have to take precautions. But I just don't think that anybody's going to be authorized to do anything like that. It doesn't mean that they don't try to scare me. The negative is all about building up fear. If somebody just suddenly comes up behind you and runs you through with a knife and you die, then there's no fear. What's fearful is, what was that? Oh my God, that sound, what was that? Is somebody here? That's what they got to do. They got to build up the criteria for fear. So we're going to go back through our 2024 season just quickly because I want to set up the new one. It's so amazing. We've only had, it's actually 7 circles now. And so this is where I took the picture on July 21st. It only had 5 circles. And once again, we see the Christian ETs. So I'm going to review this again for you just so you get caught up. Wilton Windmill has a flying saucer stylized image. You see the circle. You got the 4 circles around it, which could be a stylized image of a flying disc. And then the circles coming off to the right would be the trail of particles that it uses to propel itself through space while it's flying. So this is really fascinating, but again, the part that most of the crop circle investigators didn't see is that if you do it like this and you play connect the dots between all the circles, it does illustrate a crucifix. So this is, again, the basic concept that these are Christian archangelic ETs who travel in traditional flying discs, as I've said, and they drew you a flying saucer crucifix. The second one was Oakley. It was just a regular boring circle, so you can pretty much sleep through that one. There's not much to get from this. Then we had this amazing formation on July 10th. This has all just happened. Again, the circles end on August 10th or so, and so we're only like a week and a half away from the end of the crop circle season. So we've had hardly any of them this year. But this one was very amazing specifically because it tied in what I'd already said publicly several times is my favorite crop circle of all time. So this appeared at Stonehenge, and we have this 5-sided pentagonal DNA indication. So what I'm seeing here is, first of all, with Stavati, we're doing stuff that involves fan blades. The 5-sided object in the middle of this formation looks like fan blades. But then as you notice each of these 5 limbs coming out from the central circle, it has this up and down wave on it. Well, that is a stylized DNA molecule. And if you look at DNA from the top down, it has this pentagonal structure. Now, in my sacred science course and many other things I've done before, I talk about the idea that vibration is geometry. And so we see that life is created by sacred geometry, that the actual, what we see in the DNA molecule, you see this stack of dodecahedrons. Those are not physical shapes per se, they are vibrational patterns. And this is caused by the fact that matter emerges from a vibrating liquid-like substrate. which many people call the ether. You might also hear it called dark matter or dark energy, 0 point energy, that kind of thing. So it turns out that when we see the work of, I'm trying to remember his name right now, when you vibrate water, Dr. Hans Jenny, Jenny, when you vibrate water at pure sound frequencies, you get geometry just like this that you see in the DNA molecule. And so DNA will actually emerge in plain water. That was Dr. Luc Montagnier's amazing discovery. He won the Nobel Prize for discovering the AIDS virus. He actually mapped it out. He was the first person to do that. He also found that he could take a tube with distilled water and a little bit of DNA in it, and then another hermetically sealed tube that was just plain water, and you surround them with a coil, you bombard them with a 7 hertz geostatic frequency. It's the basic Schumann resonance. Somebody in the comments was talking about that, wanted me to talk about that. Well, here you go. The Schumann resonance does appear to be going up, but it stays around 7 point something hertz, which is a vibrating measurement of number of vibrations per second. So when you have electromagnetic energy vibrating at that frequency, that's the Earth's vibration. That's what the Earth's magnetic field is doing all the time. We live on the Earth. We're always being bombarded with 7 hertz electromagnetic energy. So if you take a coil and you make that energy at 7 hertz much stronger in the electrical sense, and you have a tube of water with DNA and a tube that has just plain water, and you zap it for 18 hours with this 7 hertz energy, 7.8 is one of the most common frequencies. You got to just get in the ballpark. Something about that electrostatic vibration alone causes the DNA over here to translate into the water over here, and now you're getting alchemy. You're getting water transmuting, the transmutation, the alchemical transmutation of elements. Hydrogen and oxygen, basic boring tetrahedral water molecules, are magically rearranging and turning into complex DNA polysaccharides that are built from 4 basic building blocks of nucleotides, A, C, T, and G. And so what we actually see is that when you take the double helix of DNA, you can build a totem pole of dodecahedrons, as you see right here. Tarotina just donated. And she said, I saw yesterday your video with Beskar. There's a picture where you have the 39 SM near a Jesus statue. Look at the base of the 3D. Once you cut it with the white cross, the circle is exactly this crop circle picture. That's a great point. Thank you. I'll bring that up for the next show. Thank you, Tarotina. She's a great supporter for us. We're really happy to have her here. So anyway, this pattern is like, if you can imagine a totem pole of these dodecahedrons. They look like soccer balls. They have pentagons on their faces. And you'll notice that they're end to end. So you stack them up in a like a totem pole. And then what you're doing is you take the edges of the double helix of DNA and you're wrapping it over the geometry. Now notice, like with the red line at the bottom, that the red line wraps over the sideways diagonal line on the gray dodecahedron. Then notice with the green line in the second one up from the bottom, the green line wraps over the diagonal line in the middle of the dodecahedron, etc., etc. So what actually this means is that these dodecahedrons represent gravitational attraction. There's a vibrational pattern of this fluid-like energy. It creates geometry, and that also creates a gravitic attraction where water molecules are actually being attracted into this gravitational pattern of dodecahedrons, and they are alchemically rearranging into DNA. Now, this is not science that you're going to get in school. And I blend art and science together. This has been scientifically proven. We know that DNA grows in plain water, which means, by definition, water can alchemically transmute into DNA. It has to be. There's no other explanation. The underlying reason this is happening is, again, genetic code written into photons, and the photons are appearing in this way as dodecahedrons, a vibrational pattern of microgravitic response that it's similar to, why do you see rocks at the bottom of a stream? It's because the flowing current of the stream rolls all the rocks down to the bottom, and they flow to where the current pushes them. So these dodecahedrons represent a flowing gravitational current that attracts water molecules, captures them into a double helix, and transforms it. So what does this really mean? This is a very weird, abstract, technical way of explaining that life itself, the DNA molecule, the blueprint of life itself, the code for life, is written into the basic nature of quantum mechanics in the universe. And this goes back to the law of one's concept that the universe is alive, intelligent, and conscious. We live in a conscious, intelligent universe. So this formation was so amazing to me because it's like, okay, you know, that's one of my big things. I talk about DNA. You got the double helix there. You got the five-sided star geometry, which we see here on the left. And they've got the double helix formation. So this precisely called back to another one in 2002 that I've always said was my favorite formation of all time. So you got the new one up on the top that just happened on July 10th, and you got the old one on the bottom that really shows the double helixes very, very well. Now this time it's got six-sided geometry, not five-sided geometry. But you're seeing that each of these six lobes, they seem to be springing out of something like the Milky Way galaxy, which again, the galaxy itself is creating this vibrational pattern for DNA. You got the DNA molecules coming out of there. There's a double helix on each of those six lines coming off. It's very easy to see. It's stylized DNA, which again shows us the galaxy is producing DNA vibrations, which then appear in water, like in the case of the Dr. Luc Montagnier experiment. So both of these formations have the stylized DNA and the interesting geometry. And again, notice that the one that came out in 2002 was on Independence Day, America's birthday, July 4th, 2002. So July 4th is a very important day, again, because it's America's Independence Day. So this is, again, talking about the fact that as America now goes through its second revolution, as it goes through the second burst of independence and breaking away from the deep state, back then it was King George and Britain, and the taxation without representation, it's happening again. It's just the DS. It's a holographic duplication. So this formation also, again, is directly related to America because the original one it emulates was on July 4th. And it shows this DNA. So as I showed you last time, two videos ago now, from Sacred Science, we have the genetic changes in evolution. We have the Frox field chromosome formation appeared in 1991. In 1996, we saw East Field 1996, which is very, very amazing. It really does show the DNA. And then we have Sacred Geometry in 1999 with Allington Down, it's tetrahedral. And then East Kennet, where from 2 strands we go to 3-strand DNA. And so these are all very interesting. This one is also fascinating, showing you a toroidal DNA. And again, we have the July 4th image of the galactic DNA, which appeared on America's birthday, showing us that as we go through this revolution, we're going to be transforming. And it has the Hebrew Yod symbol in the middle, as I said. It looks like little elbow pasta macaroni. So the Tower of Destruction is another thing that's embedded in the image. We had a donation from Fiona. Deep gratitude for the great wisdom you're sharing. You're amazing and strong. Thank you very much, Fiona. We're at 4,000 people now. So, yeah, when we look back at this Tower of Destruction image, we see these, what looks like elbow pasta. And again, if you go back to the previous slide, we see the yods there, and it's the same thing. They highlighted the middle of each of the DNA spirals. So the Hebrew Yod symbol is a commonly known symbol of divine energy manifesting. Jacob Allman just donated and said, sorry for your loss, David. Pets are family. Will you get another dog? And then, no, I'm actually going to try to just travel for a while and not have to get a dog sitter. I might get a dog later. I had a spell of really missing her last night. I will say that. Scarlet Fire says, quote, if my sons did not want war, there would be none. Gutli Schnapper Roth, born 1753 in Frankfurt. This control goes way back. And then Zuvuya said, yes, David, I think the Milky Way center is a birthing tube. Perhaps many of our plants will get sucked through there at 0 point. We reconfigure on the other side. There is a birthing taking place. The Tower of Macaroni, somebody says. And somebody said, I'm going to clone Girly. No, absolutely not. I deliberately did not keep any tissue samples of her because in the Law of One tradition, I mean, this sounds esoteric, but the Law of One does say that when pets graduate, that they become human in their next life. And when my cat Mandy died, she showed up to me as a human in my dream. So that could be, and I don't want to clone Girly and keep her from graduation. That's her own version of Ascension. So anyway, when we look at this symbol of the July 10th image, It ties in July 4th. It ties in the original symbol from 2002, which has the yod in it, which means it also gives you the direct reference to the Tower of Destruction. This represents the defeat of the deep state, or whatever you want to call it, whatever they are at any era in time, the corrupt kings and queens. Lightning actually has a very important meaning in the Law of One. Lightning refers to divine energy shooting into manifestation, and as that divine energy collides into manifestation, you get this visible effect of lightning, and the lightning will strike the negative. So the negative is defeated by seemingly supernatural forces, such as a lightning strike. One of the ways that the cabal got exposed was a guy riding his horse and getting struck by lightning, and all of their blueprints for how they were going to take over the world were in his jacket pocket. I have that whole story beautifully told in book 7 of the Michael Prophecies. So again, that crop formation that we just got on July 10th is incredibly symbolically rich. It goes back to July 4th, 2002, goes back to galactic DNA, goes back to those dodecahedrons, the vibrational DNA that we are created by some divine consciousness. And it goes back to the Tower of Destruction, meaning it is a prophecy that what you see in this card is happening now, and we're seeing it. They are desperate. They tried to kill 45. It didn't work. They tried to traumatize us with the opening ceremonies. They got enormous pushback. The debates failed. Their candidate is probably not going to be the candidate. They're flailing. They're trying to do mass censorship. It's not working. And again, what instead is happening is our DNA expansion. So here was that braided rope. Everybody called it the braided rope, but they don't realize it's actually, again, DNA double helix. And it shows the geometry, and there's cubes within cubes, which suggests multidimensionality. Yeah, our DNA is going through a multidimensional shift. Here's another braided rope DNA formation I was telling you about. Here's another squared circle braided rope DNA formation. All of these things imply geometry, DNA expansion, sacred geometry, change in vibrations, trumpets of Archangel Michael. And this also suggests galactic DNA. We have the yods again, and they also represent leaves. There's a symbolic leaf image that we see here. And you remember that in the book of Revelation it says the leaves of the tree were made for the healing of nations. And that has a very, very rich symbolic meaning, because in the book of Revelation, when they describe the New Jerusalem, and I haven't had time to build these slides out for you yet, but I've talked about in the Michael Prophecies, this book by John Mitchell, which is amazing, but very technical and difficult to understand. It's a Christian book, ties in numerology, sacred geometry, but it's, again, very Christian, quotes from the Bible extensively, uses the numerical code of gematria, which is where certain letters in the Hebrew alphabet correspond to numbers. And from this, one of the things that we learn is that in fact, the main purpose of the book, the title is called The Dimensions of Paradise, and in the book of Revelation, they describe the New Jerusalem. And the New Jerusalem is paradise, and the dimensions of paradise actually draw a dodecahedron. So the whole design of the New Jerusalem in the book of Revelation, in John Mitchell's book, is the design of the dodecahedron. He shows how it has 12 sides, it has 5-sided, it's the dodecahedron. It's got pentagonal faces. That is the New Jerusalem. It's actually also embedded into the geometry of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid. That's all slides I can build later on. I didn't have time to do this yet, but it all ties back in with the phrase, the leaves of the tree were designed for the healing of nations. So the leaves actually symbolize the dodecahedron as well. And again, that's a whole technical discussion I can't get into today. But here's another one that has the leaves on it, and the galactic geometric spiral, and the leaves are also yods. So again, it's galactic energy that is defeating the darkness, defeating evil. It is galactic emissaries like the archangels, like Archangel Michael, working through me and others, that are bringing about peace to this world. Now, the sacred geometry is a very, very fascinating discussion. The DNA is just a small part of that discussion. We also see sacred geometry in the structure of the atomic nucleus in very fascinating ways from Dr. Robert Moon. We see sacred geometry in the spacings of the planets in the solar system. We see it in the global grid, which is the magnetic force lines that make up our Earth and where the continents go. All 3,300 pyramids on Earth are built on this grid. We see it in interplanetary geometry, interstellar geometry between stars. And again, I have that 5-sided geometry that I showed you in previous episodes, which is 5,200-year cycle. And the glaciologist Lonnie Thompson said every 5,200 years, we seem to get a solar flash that creates catastrophic events on Earth. And I talk about in this Sacred Science video that is tied in with the Mayan calendar, because the Mayan calendar is 5,125 years in length. You have 20 units of Baktuns, which are 144,000 days, or 400 years, roughly speaking. It adds up to 5,125 years, which is only 75 years off from this catastrophic cycle of solar flashes. And when you go through 5 of those, if you were orbiting another star, as I said in previous episodes, if our solar system is actually orbiting Alpha Centauri's mass is creating this pentagonal geometry. And when we hit each corner of the pentagon, our sun gets this huge surge of energy and it gives off a blast. So this is very exciting stuff. This is sort of like the equivalent of what Galileo Copernicus discovered. Oh, wow, it's heliocentric. The sun is in the middle of the solar system. Well, now we have a geometry model. Geometry is actually what cracks the code of all the biggest scientific puzzles that we haven't solved. And the key is that we have a 26,000-year cycle, 35 different ancient cultures talked about it, and they all say it's going to have a solar flash at the end. And that was the work of Santayana and Van der Schend, the historians profiled in Graham Hancock's book, Fingerprints of the Gods, which I started to read in 1996, and it awakened me. I realized this is all heading towards ascension. Every single ancient culture on Earth has a prophecy of ascension. Every ancient culture on Earth has a prophecy that we're going to become light beings, that we're going to be ascended, that we're going to become like superheroes. And they were taught this by who? By the gods, beings that visited them in flying saucers that looked human, but they were glowing, they could levitate, they could speak with booming voices. And now those same beings are communicating to us through crop formations like this. So again, the same geometry appears in DNA, appears in subatomic physics, it appears in the global grid, it appears in the spacings of the planets, it appears in the interstellar space as we orbit Alpha Centauri. There's a pentagon there. Every time we hit the corner of the pentagon, we get a solar flash. We're at the end of the cycle. It could happen again. It probably will next year. And we expected that it would be catastrophic, because that's what many of these prophecies said, but Michael revealed that that's only a warning. It's not going to be catastrophic. We're going to be saved. Our planet will be saved. Everybody should be happy about that we're not going to get pole shift. We're not going to get tsunamis. We're not going to get super volcanoes. It was the events of 2020. It was the COVID and all that stuff that stopped that from happening. We're at the 1.5 hour mark now. So anyway, this is all very fascinating stuff, because we also can talk about the work of neurophysicists who studied the human brain, and they mapped out neurological interactions, and they found the same geometry is actually seen in thought. Consciousness in the mind produces sacred geometry, which you actually see in the patterns of neurons, of bundles of neurons, that then form into the same geometry that we're seeing in these crop circles. So the crop circles were giving us the Rosetta Stone. It's so similar to the movie Contact. In the movie Contact, certain designs were given to us by extraterrestrials from Vega, and those designs allowed them to build a time machine that took Jodie Foster's character back to Vega, where she met with a human extraterrestrial who projected in the form of her father. This stuff is amazing. So I love geeking out on this stuff. I've built this whole... I took the clues that the crop circles were giving us, and I tied them together, and I discovered that, yes, sacred geometry is the unified field model. When we're thinking in the brain, there's millions of pieces of sacred geometry moving around, and they're constantly coming into focus, going out of focus. What does that ultimately mean? It means consciousness itself is a vibration of this fluid-like energy. That's all there is in the universe. The Tibetans called it empty awareness. When you think a thought, you create a vibration that's symbolized by the Aum, the primordial sound. Those vibrations turn into patterns of geometry. And so the consciousness itself, a thought itself, if it's similar to a radio wave, right? If you tune in radio waves, they're invisible, they're electromagnetic frequencies, but it turns into speech. If you tune in television waves, it turns into pictures with sound. In much the same way, geometry exists in the universe that is thought, and if you have meditation, you can tune into that thought and you can pick up the thoughts of the Creator. You can pick up thoughts of higher beings. That's what channeling ultimately is. That's what remote viewing ultimately is. The geometry is the pattern of vibration in physical 3D form that creates DNA, that creates the shape of the continents, that creates the spacing of the planets, it creates the solar flash cycle as we orbit this other star. It actually even creates super clusters of galaxies on the largest structures in the universe are all sacred geometry. Galaxies are not randomly distributed. They're actually in this weird pattern of octahedrons. So again, I do an amazing job summarizing all this stuff in my course, Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies. It was normally $333. We've knocked it down to $177. You go to https://thedisclosure.com. You get a $156 discount. So it's only $177 now because everybody's hurting. I get that. So if you can't afford it, I'm sorry, but if you can, it would really help me out right now. Just put in the code actualization. So now that I've summarized all this, I want to take you back again to the Stonehenge formation because this actually, again, predicts the Tower of Destruction, the defeat of the DS, the ascension of humanity, the transformation of our DNA from galactic waves. The one in 2002 showed up on July 4th. We got the fan in the middle. We got the DNA double helix images on the outside. Now you see some people standing in it. So this was very exciting because it's a direct callback to the work that I'm doing. It absolutely is a higher level endorsement from the beings. Plus, you can see here it's right next to a barrow, which is an old-fashioned hill created to have healing energy in a pyramid type of effect. So this is a very wonderful formation. I was all excited. And then, not only do we get all the things I already said, but as I told you in a previous show, it's also tied in with the imagery from the movie The Arrival. And so at the bottom, we're seeing a scene from The Arrival where she's got her hand up to the glass. This weird alien ship appears on Earth. It's all kind of freakish and crazy. And it turns out that these ETs have this ship that lands. It kind of looks like a big half circle, elongated half circle. They walk in there, they come up to this glass, and the first thing they get is this weird, ugly tentacle foot from this being, and it sticks its foot against the wall, and that's the first contact, and it begins communicating with her in this way. And so people are saying, my God, this formation also looks like the first contact from the movie The Arrival. So that was a pretty stunning thing because, again, that's a pretty on-the-nose prophecy, and it relates to this movie about us having first contact. So does it suggest that we are going through first contact? Well, again, they say, what are they trying to tell us? And then, it's like the image of the tentacly hand is coming to the barrow, which could represent Earth, and then the edge of the tentacle could represent Earth's moon. So this is very exciting. I mean, it's on the nose. You can't deny that it ties in the idea that they may be predicting that we're going to get ET first contact, which is what I've been telling you is going to happen. So it's a very symbolically rich formation. It's got the Tower of Destruction, the prophecy of the defeat of the DS, galactic DNA, the idea of sacred geometry underlying the molecules of DNA. It's got July 4th, 2002, which is America's independence, showing us when America goes through its independence, this is what's going to create first contact. This is what's going to create the first wave of ascension, the galactic spirals that transform our DNA. And then 4 days after they did this, the very next thing they did is the squared circle crosshair image, again, tying back in directly with round way down from the previous year of June 11th, the defeat of NATO. It also has the symbology of the Christian crucifix formation, the crucifix flying saucer. There's a very consistent message here. It's a beautiful formation as I was showing you last time. And I'll just run through these really quick again so you can see it from all these different angles. I mean, it's beautiful. And it is, again, next to a barrow, which is the pyramid energy, which can transform and heal DNA once again. But most importantly is this bullet. And this was the day after the shooting. So it's got all these different layers of symbology. And it shows, again, they were behind this to make sure he didn't get hit. They are taking credit for the divine intervention. Whoever drew this made sure that bullet wasn't going to hit. So this is very exciting. And again, it ties in with the dream that I had. We're not going to run through all that stuff again. But again, at the end of the dream, I had this four-sided balloon that was referenced, the balloon that I made in my high school physics class. And so it's very exciting. This formation also indicated an astronomical alignment on the day it formed, which was July 14th. There was a square in the sky, but the real one, which is now coming up on us in just over 2 weeks away, is a grand cross formation on August 14th. It's going to involve Mars and Jupiter in conjunction with Gemini, Venus in Virgo, Moon in Sagittarius, and Saturn in Pisces. This doesn't usually happen. Planets don't usually go into a big square like this. But again, this is conscious energy. The planets have conscious energy. Astrology shows how planets relate to consciousness and how they anchor in consciousness. So this actually talks about, when you get a grand cross, it's a very, very intense configuration. And the original conjunction that the crop circles were talking about that anchored in August 11th, 1999 was a grand cross. It is essentially a cosmic crucifixion of humanity. And it's also, in this case, the crucifixion of the DS. So we may see some really stunning events. We already have this investigation. It's better than JFK. All this stuff is tumbling out. 45 is still alive. They may threaten him again. There's new whistleblowers coming forth saying, yeah, it was definitely set up. They wanted to take him down. They couldn't get him with lawfare. They couldn't get him with fake indictments. So now they're going for the jugular. So this Grand Cross formation, this is what it looks like on August 14th. It's a big, big thing. And we're expecting that, again, this does cause planetary events to occur. When you get a Grand Cross, it's not an insignificant thing. It leads to revolutionary overthrow. It leads to the Tower of Destruction, the overthrow of the negative. That's what's happening. We talked about the squared circle. It's the relationship of the Earth to the Moon is also illustrated in this formation, as they studied in Stonehenge. And I'm going to have to come back to this. There's a lot more we could talk about with this. And, to geek out on that just a hair, it again relates to the 25,000-year cycle. Why? Because if you look at the moon here and you look at the Earth's diameter is 86,400 miles, I believe. I think that's what it is. I'm trying to remember all this stuff because I don't have the slides. But anyway, the point is that the moon, or that might be the sun. The moon is exactly 2,160 miles wide. And the Earth is, I think the Earth is 86,400 is the sun, and the Earth is something like 36,000. I'll have to go back to the slides. But the point is, the exact diameter of the moon in English miles is a very weird coincidence, if you want to call it that. The diameter of the moon is 2,160 miles. And the age of the zodiac is 2,160 years. Isn't that strange? How could the diameter of the moon in miles be the same exact number as an age of the zodiac? Well, maybe the moon was designed and put into this position. And what's even weirder is that you can take 12 of these moons and pop them around the Earth, and you get the 12 ages of the zodiac, which again ends in supposedly 2012, but then we got spared the solar flash. But now 2025 is when Michael said that the big event is going to happen. And I showed you the prophecies of Saint Germain, and that in the 1700s he was saying that Jesus would return in 2025, along with Archangel Michael, along with Saint Germain, other figures. Is going to be a galactic family reunion. He predicted that in the 1700s, and Alice Bailey published it in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Nobody knew what 2025 was going to be. I didn't know about this, and then the date independently showed up in the Michael Prophecies. That's only 1 year away. So they have this formation that shows up. It's got DNA, and then it's got the fall of kings, and then immediately after that, the DNA expansion circle, the pentagonal shape. We have the crosshairs the day after the shooting with the bullet. And then the very next thing they showed us only 5 days later was the trumpet of Archangel Michael. This was Bradbury rings, as we said. Now you've got the ear, you've got the bullets, you've got the trumpets, which means trump. That's what they say in the Bible. That's a name for the trumpet. So this is really on the nose. You got stylized ears, stylized bullets. It's incredible. And it also looks like the flux capacitor from Back to the Future, which they use that kind of technology. So again, this was a very beautiful formation. Here it is from a lot of different pictures. Here's the comparison with the flux capacitor. You can see, my God, yeah, it really does have that connection. And in the last show, I said crop circle connector appeared to have deleted the image because now it went from the crosshairs, it went past the Trump formation right up to the next trumpet formation, which also has grails and again looks like the badge from the officer's card that was on my door. But as of Monday, the link went back up. So I took this picture yesterday. Now the crosshairs are there. And oops, I guess I didn't put the right one in there. But anyway, they did put it back up. So again, you can get the Sacred Science course. That's an error that shouldn't be in there twice, but type in actualization. Sorry about that. Okay, so then after all this other stuff about the fall of kings, about the trumpets of the archangel, they have another reference to ears and bullets. Then somebody tries to take me down just like they tried to take Trump down. They're trying to get me swatted. And we had this crop circle show up, Roman road, with exactly the same geometry as the business card that was from the police, left on my door the very same day. And we talked about how the geometry in that formation also ties in the flying saucer research of Ralph Ring, Otis Carr. We're just going to review this again briefly. That Otis Carr used Tesla's technology to build a working flying saucer. Here's these guys around it. Here it is there. And here's the key. The Utron turbine was designed by Tesla. It says completely round and completely square. And all you have to do is build this thing that looks like a top and rotate it, and you get anti-gravity, and you get free energy. And sure enough, if you look at this formation, there's 7 of these, and it's the same stylized top. So this was dazzling to me. I just could not believe that this formation was personal to me. It happened on the same day that I got swatted, which is, again, symbolic of what they tried to do to Trump. In the previous formation, talked about that. There's 7 of these guys around, just like the Tesla flying saucer had multiple of these turbines in a ring, exactly like the illustration describes. Side by side, you just cannot deny that those turbines are illustrated there. It's incredible. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more for you on this one on the top. This is really showing from Walter Russell's diagrams how, as you rotate this turbine, that you get anti-gravity. It has to do with the real fluidic nature of the universe. You see the flying saucer there and the currents that it creates. It says nature's invisible space mechanics used in the design of gravity generators. That on the right is all Walter Russell stuff. And he built coils like this, and he was getting weird effects like anti-gravity coming out of them. So that's another guy who did it. And then we're going to zoom in on the bottom right here a little more. The field of the Tesla turbine interacts with magnetic field at 45 degrees. Magnetic field lines from C-shaped magnets, Teflon washer, linear coil, larger capacitor discs insulated against the center tubing. The coil is made of number 40 wire. This is important, 5.5 inches long, about 800 ohms of wire resistance, which in this case results in 750 ups and downs. I guess that's what you get in the coil. Linear coil is placed in a high potential electrostatic field by means of a capacitor illustrated above. This is the secret, folks. This is how Tesla broke through gravity. You see there's one big one of these coils in the middle. You see that? It's straight up and down. And then on the sides, you have them tilted diagonally, and that's what it uses for navigation. So sure enough, it's very, very similar to what we saw in this crop formation. It's incredible. There's another diagram we showed you before. There's the wireframe of this flying saucer that they built, the Tesla flying saucer, and it really does work. There it is from this top view, side view. Here he is with his attorneys. They shut him down. I mean, that's another really sad thing. Otis Carr got shut down for building this. It was confiscated by the government. You know, they didn't want anybody to have this because it's free energy, it's anti-gravity. And again, here he is with Wayne Aho, a famous UFO researcher back then. There's the prototype, another picture of it. Nobody faked this stuff. It would be very difficult to fake this. And there's eyewitnesses who saw this, and Ralph Ring actually flew on this design. And what he said was that Otis Carr told them, put dirt in your pockets. because when you come back, you're not going to remember any of this. And when they flew back in this flying saucer, they could not remember ever going on the trip. And then they looked down, and he says, look in your pockets. And I talk about this in Michael Prophecies, book 1. Then they realized, oh my God, there's dirt in my pockets. And then they started remembering that they did make the trip, but it was like they had a dream. So that's one of the things I didn't get into last time that I wanted to cover, is that this whole idea of the Tesla flying saucer, Otis car, which was perfectly drawn in this crop formation, it's a major part of Michael Prophecies because it shows that with no extra technology, with no added bells or whistles, you end up getting amnesic bottlenecking of whatever happened. If they take you in a flying saucer, you don't remember it. All you can do is access little bits of it in dreams, which don't even seem like it was real. You only remember it like it was a dream. And then we have this actual photograph. They actually, at one point, were funded enough that they had the OTC X-1 spacecraft billboard where they're advertising new concepts in aerial transportation utilizing gravity, electromagnetism, electromotive force, and electrochemicals and new dynamics. So this thing really worked. And then I found out from Chris that I told him, well, my God, there was this crop circle and they drew the Tesla turbines. And then he tells me, again, as I said last time, that our SM36 Stalma uses Tesla turbines. It only uses 4 of them. So this is one of the earlier designs of it. This is our brochure on it. And there it is from the top down. Here it is from the front. Here it is from the side. I'm just blowing through this quickly because we got to get to the Ezra slides pretty quick. But I want to show you the new crop circle too. It's so amazing. And then he revealed that we use 4 of those Tesla turbines in a perfect square right where the wings are joining the body. And the crop formation that was drawn, the crosshairs that also ties in with 45 and all that stuff, is a perfect illustration. So here's where the wings go. And all you have to do is use this formation and it shows you exactly where we put the 4 turbines. And it operates, Chris's design operates on the same principle as my balloon that was featured in the dream where 45 was nearly assassinated, and then they tried to escape in a hot air balloon. And I said that balloon is a stylized image of what I did in high school physics class. I knew it had to be symmetrical in 4 ways because that 4-way symmetry was what kept it from tipping over and burning. And in the same way, this design needs to have a perfect symmetrical square of 4 Tesla turbines so that as we lift it off the tarmac, people are like, well, why don't you just build a flying saucer? Well, this is what you would call a gateway technology. This is a transitional technology where we're still building it as a jet, and you don't really have a power plant in this device that's enough to fly it as a UFO. That requires more exotic power plants that use more free energy. These type of Tesla turbines, you can rotate them with conventional gasoline engines. You don't need to use any type of exotic power plant. As long as you get them to spin, they will generate gravitational lift. And we got 4,000 people watching, so this is great. I'm still on the air. So we talked about the performance specs on this. I'm not going to run through all this again, but this just shows we have pages and pages of this kind of stuff, how much speed they achieve, their takeoff rate. The flyaway cost is $50 million. We also talked about the hover car design, which uses a different technology. This is actually the same one that the Navy disclosed, the Salvatore Pais patents. But again, you can fit this in your garage. The wings fold up. It's very much like the idea of Back to the Future. It's very much like, again, the flux capacitor they just drew. We intend to mass produce these. And then we had a new crop formation, now getting to the present. So you guys, hopefully I'm not dragging you through the mud here. Yep, you guys are all talking. You need to talk to Elon, somebody says. Tarotina says, I want the NLAR. Wow, this is one of the very few names where the actual crest is. I'm not sure what that means. Baby steps to the elevator. It's like the F-36 the Air Force wanted to replace the F-16 with. Yes, we're already doing that. We've got the first ever vertical takeoff and landing design that doesn't use anything except for Tesla turbines for anti-gravity. Then you use conventional fuel, conventional technology, and you start flying the plane, but you can actually also fly it in, so you could land it on like a single little landing pad on the top of a mountain. You don't need a runway for this airplane to land. It's got vertical landing. So it's a huge breakthrough. It kind of eliminates the need for an aircraft carrier. It eliminates the need for an airport with a long runway. I mean, you might still want to have one, but you don't really need one. You can drive this plane with fuel. You can slow it down, turn on the anti-gravity, and vector in a landing and just drop it right down. Thankfully, I didn't get the whole word out, right? Yeah, mate, you shouldn't have said that, mate. It's kind of a little bit rude to make words like that in the middle of your broadcast, David. You got to watch your mouth, brother. What were you thinking? Out in the bush, you can't say things like that. The wallabies will come after you, mate. You get huntsman spiders crawling all over your body, then you got to barbecue them and make a delicious meal. You got to cover yourself in herbicide oil, mate. That's where you can heal from all these bites you're going to get from all the crazy animals out in the bush. You put on your slippers. You got to turn them upside down first, mate, because there could be scorpions in there. They could be hiding in your shoes, and they could bite your foot and make everything numb. Then you start dying. We don't have time to get you back to the hospital. You're in the middle of the bush, mate. You got to always turn your boots upside down before you put them on, mate. That's just how it works. A little bit of Uncle Jack for you. Got to do something to keep it exciting and fun. LOL, people are saying, I was told we can time travel to other planets. How will you guarantee we can be sent home? Well, the SM-36 does not time travel, but it does give us an incredible technology. We're at the 2-hour mark now. This is a really great time because I'm going to get into Ezra pretty quick here. But again, these technologies are going to become available to everybody. We're giving you the future. Stavati is actually doing that. That's why we're getting attacked. That's why people are trying to say we're a fake company. They're out there trying to scare away our investors. They've created significant damage in that sense. But finally, we haven't had any problems. We've got new investors coming in. We've got some that are very large. And we got this guy who wants to put in, a decent enough money that we can get a working prototype going. And even in that first wave, we're going to build aircraft, and then we're also going to start working on the hover car. So I'm very, very excited about what's happening, and I'm very excited to be getting these divine endorsements from the crop formations. And again, they just showed us the flux capacitor, and then they gave us another one that tied in a whole bunch of things that were very specific and proprietary to me. And that only came out after my show on Sunday, so it appears the beings also knew I wasn't going to be able to finish the show. I'd have to do another one on Tuesday. And they gave me another formation just to make it even more exciting. So let's go into that now. This new formation is called Stoke Charity, and it was near Sutton, Scotney in Hampshire on July 28th. And here it is at the bottom. Now, at first I was kind of let down by this. I'm like, I don't know. It's just a bunch of these, kind of parallel lines in kind of like a tetrahedral pattern. It's not really that exciting. It doesn't shock me right away. It doesn't have enormous implications right away. It took a while, but I wasn't sad. I'm just like, well, maybe this one wasn't really meant to endorse me. The others certainly did. No. That's not what it is, man. I found out what was going on after a while. So this is the shape up close. And then remember that I found the previous circle, the one that actually illustrated the sheriff's badge, on Wednesday. And I think it wasn't until after I'd already posted about Gurley's death. I think I posted Gurley's death. Thank you in advance for your condolences. She died on Monday. I didn't announce it for a couple days. Again, because there's this guy hunting me like an animal. And I knew he was going to do something violent and crazy. I just didn't realize he'd actually call the police and try to get me swatted. But he did. So when that formation came out that illustrated this badge that showed up on my door, I could not believe it. It's the same exact geometry. That is divine intervention. There's no way around it. And she put the tape on it that was the same as Gurley's catheter. Consciously, did she know that? Of course not. But subconsciously, spiritually, yes. It was meant to tie things in. So what was so weird about this was there's a news publication that comes out by email that I'm subscribed to, and that was the publication that showed me the image of this last crop circle that, again, showed the sheriff's badge and showed the Tesla turbines and showed trumpets of the archangel and all these very, very fascinating interconnected pieces of data. Well, then this one shows up, and they didn't have it in their newsletter, but what they did have in the same newsletter was this image right here, okay? Now, what is this? In one of my last shows, I talked about the Great London Fire of 1666. This burned down a good part of London. Basically, the ghetto of London was burned down in 1666, which isn't that interesting. the year ends in 666, which they love that. The DS loves those type of ceremonial dates where they can dial in those type of numbers. So you got 1666, which has got the biblical number for the Antichrist and the devil, 666, in it. And in that very year, as I discussed, according to my insider, Uncle Jack, who worked with the Roths, the very top of the pyramid, the eye at the top of the pyramid, they all know that it was an inside job. They all know that the fire was set deliberately. Yes, there was strong wind. Yes, there was a lot of tinder there. Tracy Masson just donated $3.33 New Zealand. Thank you very much. So then, lo and behold, ancientorigins.net comes out just a couple days later after I revealed this with a debunking article. And they were trying to debunk that there was anything going on. They admitted that it was somebody actually was confessing about it. And so that's what this image actually shows you. If you look at the bottom, it says Hubert PH. So the guy who confessed to this, his name was Hubert. And what you see here is that he was being handed, you notice that he's being handed something by this guy on the left, and he's a Jesuit priest. So at the time, this guy took credit for being influenced by the Jesuits to burn it down. And so what that guy is handing him in this image is actually a Molotov cocktail, a firebomb that he used, among many others, starting from his office to burn down London. And again, after they burned this whole thing down in 1666, it created a massive amount of destruction. It's called a conflagration, a massive fire. The whole entire city was burned down, similar to what we saw in Maui. And that's also suspicious with space lasers, that kind of thing, right? But then, lo and behold, in the aftermath, that's where they built the city of London. That's where they cleared out the land and created the financial center of the DS. Isn't that something? How convenient they had this massive fire that cleared away this whole city, that made it so that they could do this, that made it so that they could build their city of London right there, because they got rid of all the low-income properties, they got rid of the ghetto, all the stinking crap in the streets. People would dump their bedpans in the streets. It was disgusting. There was a lot of, prostitution and drugs and gambling and homeless people. Let's just get rid of all that. Let's turn it into a beautiful city. We'll buy up all the land for pennies on the dollar because it's all been burned down. And then we'll build our glorious city of London there and run the world's finances from there. That's what happened, folks. So I talked about that and that it was a very important date. It's a history date for the cabal. And just a couple days later, they come out with this weird article on Ancient Origins where they debunk it. Now, here's the thing. This guy in the illustration here, Hubert, he confessed that he did this. And they're debunking his confession. They're saying, oh, no, it wasn't an inside job. Hubert was pressured by somebody. It wasn't really the Jesuits. They weren't really responsible. It was just high wind and a tragic, catastrophic fire. Tracy Masson just donated, and she's from New Zealand again. She says, thank you so much for your service to humanity. Thank you, Tracy. We're still running 4,000 people watching live in the middle of the day on a Tuesday. Now, I'm trying to keep it to 3 hours or so, and we're doing that. We're at 2 hours and 7 minutes. Might go 3.5. Probably won't. I'm going to try to keep it shorter. But anyway, this was a big deal for me. I had talked about this thing online. I had talked about the 1666 fire. From this newsletter that I received, they showed me that crop circle. That's how I saw that I clicked on it, and then I opened it up, and I'm like, oh my God, that's this business card that I got from the police. It's the same exact geometry. So the very next time I click on one of their links, I open up their email, the first thing I clicked on was the link to this thing about the 1666 fire, and I look at this image, and I'm like, oh my God, the image itself, not only does it show these two guys, one of whom is Hubert, the patsy that they blamed this huge FF on, false, you know what, false F, okay, I can't say it, but he was a Jesuit priest, and there he is in his little robe, and he's being handed the Molotov cocktail, and in the background is the office that he burned, and notice the geometry, folks. The geometry of that image, which again came from the same newsletter that showed me the crop circle, the very next thing I opened up, is precisely illustrated in the crop formation. You got a Y in the middle of a square, and these two trapezoidal shapes come up from the bottom. That's the light color that you see, and the same trapezoidal shapes are illustrated in the crop formation. So this was the first sign, like, oh my God, the beings are actually talking to me again. They cross-referenced this. So that was the first exciting thing, because again, this crop formation is indicating that all of these types of historic events are going to come out. You notice when you look at the formation on the left, it does have images that are suggestive of things like Masonic triangles. Maybe there's like a three-sided swastika implied in this. It's got all these different layers, plus it's going to look like a Rubik's Cube, a hypercube. We'll see that as well. But right for now, just to start with, it was fascinating because it again directly tied in the geometry that I saw in this debunking article, trying to say, oh yeah, the fire was just an accident. Yeah, this guy confessed, but don't believe it. It wasn't really anybody on the inside. No, I didn't know any of this stuff about Hubert, but I was told directly by a top insider this was a deliberately set fire. They did it for that particular year on purpose. They burned a whole bunch of people. They killed a whole bunch of people. A lot of people died. So they sacrificed people to demons, and then they put the head of the beast there, the head of the financial center there, City of London. So it's pretty incredible, to say the least. I was already pretty dazzled by this, and again, the Y in the middle of the square kind of looks like the Y in the middle of the crop circle. But this is going to go much deeper. This formation has all these layers. But again, I believe this is prophetic, just like the Tower of Destruction, just like the other formations we saw, that they're at the end of the DS is at the end, and it's all going to be exposed. The kind of stuff they did back then is going to be exposed. That's why they had to put out this debunking article. Okay? So we're going to show you now some images of it, and you're going to see it from the side, from a wider view. I didn't take all of them, but it's pretty beautiful. It's a beautiful formation. It's got all these interesting layers of geometry to it as well. There's other stuff that we might talk about later. I'm not done talking about it. But then, once people started analyzing it, I realized, oh yeah, it also is the geometry of the Rubik's Cube. When he put it in the blue there on the bottom and you get to see the lines, you realize, my God, yeah, they illustrated a Rubik's Cube. And again, the last image was of the 1666 fire. Thomas St. Anna just donated. Thank you very much. Chad Christian Erickson wrote, wasn't Hubert an Atari game where you would climb or something like that? Yeah, it was Cubert, actually. That's funny. And Cubert did crawl on a weird triangular matrix that kind of looks like what we see in this. So thank you for that. I hadn't even thought about that. Hubert and Cubert. Isn't that really funny? Sexy flies and flexy size, says Oliver Carlhead. And so anyway, the important part here is, what do you do with a Rubik's Cube? You have to solve the puzzle. So the Rubik's Cube, as you see in this image, is essentially a design. The design itself says there's a puzzle that you need to solve. It's about the DS, and humanity is solving the puzzle. We're solving the puzzle. We're solving it. We're figuring out what's going on. So that's pretty amazing. It's a Rubik's Cube design. And then also, there is a landscape feature nearby that has the same type of geometry in it as they show inside a circle. That's pretty fascinating too. I think all this is related. And here again, they're showing you, yeah, this is a stylized Rubik's Cube. That's part of what the symbolism means. We need to solve this puzzle that's set before us. But then it gets so darn amazing, folks. Because if you start drawing a hexagon grid matrix over this thing, and you simply fill out all the lines, you get a total of exactly 45 dark triangles. Where have I heard the number 45 before? Wouldn't that be the 45th President of the United States? You bet. Isn't that the guy that they just shot at? You bet. So this actually does have, once again, it is a, to use the last name's first initial, it is a T formation. If you count it, you'll see that there are 45 triangles in there. The person doing the analysis on the Crop Circle website had no idea that this is symbolic of 45. And again, some people don't like him. That's okay. His flaws were here to make it so that people could attack him, that maybe you don't know what's going on, but it's the alliance behind him. He might have made mistakes, but what's behind him is very benevolent, and I support him wholeheartedly, and obviously so do the beings. This is a divine endorsement of 45 again right after his shooting, which is very interesting. And another layer of this is, it looks like the flower of life. and I was cleaning out my car, and my ex-wife had a ring that I found in the car that had the flower of life pattern on it. And I'm going to send it back to her. And it looks almost exactly like this. So that's yet another personal, I just thought of it right now. And I have the picture of the ring. I could use that in the next show, and I will. Because I found this in the car just a couple days ago when I was cleaning out the car. So there's all these layers of meaning for 45, meaning for me. Very fascinating. Plus, again, the 45 dark triangles. But then people also compared it to a spiral staircase, having no idea that right behind me here is that spiral staircase, folks. The same exact design. So they're showing you parts of my house in the crop formation. This was on the website, that they have this spiral staircase that they're saying, yeah, it looks like the imagery of a stylized spiral staircase. Now, I didn't make this up. I didn't create this. This is what the people designing and analyzing the crop circle said. Yeah, it looks like a spiral staircase, and my God, that's in my set. It's right here behind me. You can see it behind me right here. I don't think any, no, those are the only two angles that show it. But yeah, it's the same exact thing. And then it is a synchronicity. Ron Lowry donated right here $20. He said, I learned about synchronicity from you. Life hasn't been the same. I found my focus manifesting further positive events in my life. That's true. I use positive events to benefit those around me and magnify the positivity. And then Kitsy Witty says it's an imagery of dimensions. That is true. Scarlet Fire quotes again Roth and says, give me control of a nation's money supply, and I care not who makes the laws. So this is very, very interesting. All of these layers, it's Beth's ring, but then there's yet another one still. Not only is it the spiral staircase, it's also, like you were just saying about multidimensionality, it's the MC Escher formation. And you notice that there's a triangle of stairwells, which is very similar again to the triangles that we see in the image. And they were already comparing it to a spiral staircase. So it's also got this Escher component to it, which is very much indicative of like Einstein's theory of space-time being interrelated, the idea of parallel realities. It's an Escher formation. But then there was yet another one. And here it is. The door this is the photo inside my house I just took right before the show. I needed to get this in there. The door that the business card was taped onto is to the left. And again, they did a whole formation based on the geometry of that business card from the police. And then immediately to the right is the logs that go next to the window. Now notice my windows, there's 4 logs, and they are right next to the window, right next to the door. And the formation had layers of 4 in it, layers of these 4 lines. And then what's even crazier is that in addition to the 4 logs next to the window, we have this. In the corners of my home, the logs come together and they form, again, this jigsaw pattern, this pattern to the left and to the right, which is just like what we see in the crop circle. So they actually drew the spiral staircase behind me. They drew the way that the logs intersect, the 4 logs right next to my window where the actual business card was posted. And another thing that I want to show you here, if you just look at it, I didn't have time to get this, but if you look at the faces of the Rubik's Cube, again, there's 45 triangles inside, symbolic of Trump. The Rubik's Cube means we need to solve the puzzle of who tried to shoot him, what was really going on. Was it really just one guy or was it other people? We also have, and I didn't have time to get the picture, I'm sorry, I just literally ran out of time. I'm like, oh my God, I got to go live right now. We have the back end of the DeLorean time-traveling car from Back to the Future. If you remember, on the back side of it, it has these fins. In fact, I probably can pull this up somewhere online right now. Let's see if I can find that. Let's go over to this camera here while I do this. Let's see if I can find the Back to the Future DeLorean fins on the back. Let's see if we can find a good image of this. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to copy this. Just bear with me, folks. Sorry, you know. Oh my God, he's dying on stage. It's so unprofessional. He's dying. David is dying. No, he's not. This is totally fine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to duplicate this. We're going to cut this guy out here. And I'm going to put this slide right in there so you can actually see it for yourself. We're editing in real time. My God, it's so unprofessional. He's dying on stage. No, he's not. Everything's fine. So let's duplicate that. And then we're going to do one slide where we have it just like this. This is what I didn't have time to do. So I'm dying on stage for you guys just to make a point. Okay? It's funny. You got to just laugh with me. Okay, so we're going to arrange this. We're going to put it in the back. And now that's good enough. Okay. So back to the show. And we're going to play it again. Play it again, Sam. Okay, here we go. So now I got that done. This is incredible. I had to do one more thing for you. So if you remember now, if you didn't really see the show, if you don't remember the movie too much, there is this very distinctive grill on the back of the car that has exactly 4 layers to it, right? And here it is. If you look at the formation, there's 4 fins on each of the corners, and it looks like the back of the DeLorean. So it's all these different layers put together, folks. And I just destroyed myself by doing that in real time. But 432, that's the number of consecration. That's what time it is in Mountain Time right now. So this is pretty cool. That was another layer of it. And again, it's a hypercube. It's got Escher. It's got my spiral staircase over here. It's got the 4 logs. It's got the way the logs intersect in the corners. It's got Beth's ring. There's 45 triangles all put together. I just caught a mouse in one of my mouse traps. That's what that sound was, if you heard that. Maybe the noise protection got that out. But anyway, what an amazing thing that it also showed the DeLorean when the previous image of the trumpets of the Archangel looked like the flux capacitor from this same vehicle. So do you think maybe there's consistency in these posts? Yes. Do you think that maybe the circle makers are endorsing me, drawing my, solve the Rubik's Cube, 45 squares, 45 triangles? You betcha. This is talking about, again, the Tesla turbines, because you can travel in time that way, look in your pockets. So now, where are we? We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and it is time, drum roll please, for the latest Shazor of Ezra posts. And it's very exciting because I didn't get to do this on Monday, but we're getting these staggering endorsements from the circle makers. They're undeniable. They keep referring to the DeLorean from Back to the Future. The CEO of Stavati does own a DeLorean, Chris Beskar. So that's another layer of the personality of this. He actually does have one of those vehicles. There's only like 400 of them or something. He owns one of them. So I'm out there doing this on my own, and I'm getting endorsed by the Alliance. I'm getting endorsed by the circle makers. There is something big coming in the horizon. And as I said, the group that's currently in power is on their last legs. They're censoring like crazy. They don't want you to see the pictures of the shooting and how he survived, but it's not working. They tried to tamper with the opening games. The imagery was very mocking of Christianity. That is a confrontation to all of us, and they got way more pushback than they thought. So let's now go through these posts. I'm glad that I'm doing so well on time. The first one is that the SS did not warn him in advance about any potential threat. This was on July 21st. And I only got through Sunday. I didn't have time to do everything since Sunday. So unfortunately, there's some really good ones there. So this is what it says. In his first sit-down interview since the attempt, T said that nobody warned him there was a threat at the rally, even though they knew several minutes before. Can you believe that? Nobody warned him? It's like, my God. Like, wouldn't you think it would be important for him to know? And there's, again, all these minutes beforehand where they knew something was going on, but they don't say anything to him? Yeah, that's what happened. Whoops, let me go back to the slide there. Whistleblowers revealed that the agents present last week were actually members of this other department. They weren't even, actual secret, I got to be careful what I say here. So anyway, 43 seconds, look at the bottom right, and this ties back into the posts from 2017, the first 100 of them. So let's read post 43 again. These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. Whoa, that's getting ready to happen, folks. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. They're talking about what happens when they actually do the arrests. There's going to be these broadcasts from the emergency message system. You're going to get it on your phone, and they say right here, simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided during this process if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence in addition to 911. Whoa, look at this. Any military that you're going to see out in the streets is for your protection, so don't freak out about it, as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. So yeah, 43 is a very, very amazing one to call up. They did this on purpose. And as this investigation reveals that, yes, it was an inside job, they wanted him dead. Now the latest post that I didn't have time to get to is a whistleblower saying they're going to try it again within the next 30 days. They're going to try to hit him again. This is all coming to an apex, folks. That's why this show is called Approaching the Grand Finale. We are not waiting for November. If anybody tells you, oh yeah, it's all leading up to the election. No. I mean, bless them, bless their heart, as they say in the South, bless their heart. But we're not waiting till November. This investigation could all be culminating around August 14th, which is what the crop circles imply. Okay, they want you to solve the Rubik's Cube. That was one of the DeLorean images we just saw from the latest crop formation. Solve the puzzle, solve the cube. Wow, it's exciting. Look at this, man. Any military you see is for your protection and demonstrating our resolve. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. We are removing entrenched and fortified bad actors. Holy crap. It is on like the proverbial Donkey Kong. C. Fabian just donated very much. Somebody said that Stephen is nothing more than a useless troll. The fact you're here representing him is sad and desperate. I don't really want you guys hating on Stephen. I feel sorry for him, but he's gotten himself in a lot of trouble. He's only maybe if he can give us the names of who's, paying him to do this, we'll give him a plea bargain or something. That's probably his best chance now, but he really does need to get an attorney and stop making public statements. Every time he does, he's getting himself more incriminated. He gave us so many gifts in the show he did yesterday. It's incredible. So I don't feel bad about that. It's like, yeah, please do shows, but you're not winning anything, and you really should start to get actual legal advice from an actual attorney and not just other trolls. Okay, let's just say that. Anyway, this was dazzling. 43-second video. Here's the next one. Senator Johnson confirms there were multiple weapons and multiple people actually using them. Imagine that. So we're going to look at the top first. He just confirmed in this interview that he believes multiple weapons and others were involved in this attempt. In addition to these multiple people, he also confirmed the following. The SS skipped the morning security meeting. They did not meet with local law enforcement. That's pretty suspect. The pictures were taken by the SS before it happened. Okay. Local police took pictures of the guy after he was dead, and they were forced to submit their photos to the ATF. And then these two organizations are not to be trusted for this investigation at all. It's coming right from the mouth of the Alliance, as you can see right here. Go look them up on Twitter. Then it says after that, local law enforcement is actually being more cooperative in the investigation than these other two agencies. That's not surprising because they're trying to cover it all up. And this is a senator saying this. Can you believe this? He's advising that witnesses keep coming forward with more evidence, which we now have had, and he wants to keep it independent so it doesn't get tampered with. So you need to go back and watch that 7-minute video from July 21st. Then at the exact minute that my last show started 2 weeks ago is when he withdrew. And this was on July 21st. He is publicly withdrawn from running in the 2024 election. 11:59 a.m. Now, it's pretty freaking weird that they posted this 1 minute before my airtime. And Stephanie Simonson donated $20. Thank you, Stephanie. She says, whoop, midweek with David Wilcock. Somebody, Earthbound Misfit, says, I'm chilling in my banana hammock. So yeah, there's a lot of things here that are really cool. And all these posts are going in a very exciting direction. And even the DS, the timing of when they had him withdraw, it was posted by the Alliance 1 minute before my show started on the 21st. So it was very, very strange. And I'm like tripping out going, wow. All this stuff happened right around the same time that I had to euthanize my dog the next day. And then I get this SWAT team attack the day after that. And then the crop circle shows me the SWAT team attack. But again, the David fetish was in play. They did this, they pulled him out of the race 1 minute before I went live. It's incredible. That's when it was announced, at least. So then they have this weird Simpsons coincidence, which now a bunch of people are making videos about. They're not giving credit to Ezra. But did they predict the coming of KH? The 17th episode of the 11th season of Simpsons shows Lisa Simpson as the first female president, dressed similarly to KH at the inauguration. This episode aired back in 2000, 24 years ago, strongly suggesting that real estate mogul DT would become president as 45 and leave behind a budget crisis for Lisa in her purple outfit to handle. Whoa! I got to go back and see that. I haven't actually had a chance to do that. JB dropped out today after they had no more use for him, and he has now endorsed K. And then, of course, HC also made this endorsement as well. The only chance K has of beating 45 is if they create a Black Swan event and take down the entire power grid. Yikes. What does that actually tell you, folks? That means that they know they need to do that. He's predicting that they're going to need to try to do that. Now, will it happen? Maybe not. But the point is, sometime between now and November, they have to try to do that very event to try to take down the entire power grid. My goodness. So we are really, August, September, October, these upcoming 3 months we're about to head into, is going to be the craziest roller coaster ride in the history of humanity. Now, is it going to take all 3 months? Maybe not. I mean, it might all happen in August. The August 14th formation was just flagged by the circle makers, which appears to be Archangel Michael. He's got his trumpet. The Archangel Michael's trumpet refers to Trump. They got 45 triangles. They got the DeLorean. They got the Tesla turbines. They're endorsing my company. Our company's going to be a big part of disclosure. You're going to get this technology. So this is really, really cool, folks. But scary, too. They're going to try to create a Black Swan event, take down the power grid. We don't want that. So here were the pictures from this post up close. Even the pearl necklace is the same. When she was being sworn in, how weird is that? Did they have some type of time machine they were using and then putting leaked data out in Simpsons? Maybe, I don't know. But then when you look at the lengths of the videos, you get post number 11 because one of them is 11 seconds. And then it says right here, military intelligence versus other agencies. The other agencies are operating without approval or congressional oversight. The Supreme Court is upholding state secrets. Who is the commander-in-chief of the military? That would be the president. And again, 45 did all these executive orders. Under what articles of the Constitution could the president impose a military intelligence takeover investigation for these agencies? Well, that's obviously what's going on. That's why they wrote it. There is military intelligence involved. That's what the alliance is. What conditions must present? Why is this so important? Who surrounds POTUS? That would be military intelligence, like the DIA. They lost this very important power, the one area of the government not corrupt and directly serving POTUS. So that's pretty shocking. Number 11, again, is laying out the game, showing you, yes, this is a military intelligence operation, but because they don't have control of the press yet, and they're being attacked constantly, like I get attacked, like Trump was shot at. Please explain the SS in detail, somebody says, Gregory Horn, love from Zimbabwe. Well, this is talking about a service, and the nature of the service is secrecy, right? So put those two words together. And this is what surrounds the president. This is his security detail. So that's what that means when I say that, okay? Just remember that I got to be careful how I talk. So then somebody here, Veronique Buermal, says, sorry to hear about Gurley. May she rest in peace. Keep doing what you do. We love you, David. Thank you, Veronique. I appreciate it. They probably were using Project Looking Glass. That's probably true. No one is talking about Nostradamus' quatrains, says Valentine Puppy. I have talked about Nostradamus' quatrains, but not to brag, but if you just look at the Michael Prophecies as a data source, those prophecies are incredibly accurate, more so than most of the stuff in Nostradamus. There's some pretty great stuff about Hitler in Nostradamus. He called him Hister. Hitler even bombarded Poland with leaflets of Nostradamus prophecies of his invasion of Poland. So Nostradamus got some great stuff, and there's some great Nostradamus prophecies. Again, I talk about some of those prophecies. There was a letter that he wrote to the king. It's in, I think, book 1 or 2 of Michael Prophecies. And again, you go to thedisclosure.com, put in the discount code actualization. You get all 7 books. You get 10.5 hours of video, 11 unique videos. all for $177. It's a huge, huge discount. I'm only doing this till we get funded, which might be later this week. So again, the DS lost the important power of the government, military intelligence, which was serving 45 directly. Then on the same day of Sunday, 21st, they said the storm has arrived. In his resignation letter from the election, did you notice it starts with "my fellow Americans" and calls for Joe to stand down? That's probably because it was written by B.O. I'm not talking about body odor. Elon also chimed in stating the real powers that be are discarding the old puppet in favor of someone else, and they fear 45 because he is not a puppet. Now look at this. They say the storm just isn't upon you anymore. It has arrived. Expect the media to announce his death in a year or two. And this has 210,000 views. And then they say Nessun Dorma. Now that is the infamous Pavarotti operatic thing. Da, 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 da. Right? It's that really beautiful thing that he sings in the opera. And Nessun Dorma means, it's what he sings at the very end, at dawn I will win. I will win. And this is what the Alliance has used multiple times to talk about the fact that they are going to win this war. So they reference that right here, Nessun Dorma. The storm has arrived. That means that the big stuff that we've all been expecting, the grand finale, is happening now. That's why it's again called Approaching the Grand Finale. Wow. Then we got this video from lovely AOC. And, she's very sassy in this video. She's all animated, pointing her finger, yelling. Of all people, she sounded the alarm. It's kind of strange, right, that she would be the one to do this? That they were performing a coup on Joe just a few days ago. She warned that those who want to get rid of him also want to get rid of Kay. Wow. That makes sense, doesn't it? She says, quote, a lot of them are not just interested in removing the president, they want to remove the whole ticket. And here she is getting all sassy and yelling about it. B.O. will not support any candidate until after the official nomination. He has now apparently done that. But just because she's running for president doesn't mean she will be the nominee by November. The Soros endorsement is meaningless right now because why? There is a soft civil war happening within the DS and the various elites. They're fighting over who's going to be able to run this thing. This had 150,000 views. And I looked at 58. Oh, they all thought 45 would have been assassinated about a week ago. And the fact that this didn't work, that there was divine intervention, it's got them really upset. They don't know what the hell to do now. We see the symbols, and it's all indicating he's being divinely protected. So this is beautiful. Then we see that Kay failed to prosecute a single case of abuse for certain groups of people in her entire tenure working as the top prosecutor in California. Can you imagine? She covered for every single case. Hey, if you're abusing them, then go on and go ahead and do it. Just do it. Oh my God. What? What? Are you kidding me? She actually did not, okay, well, if you're going to go after people like this, just fine. It's okay. We're never going to come after you. You're totally in the clear. Are you kidding me? Not even one? That's what they're saying. It's hard to believe, but let's read it. Extremely disturbing details about how she, as California's top prosecutor, failed to prosecute a single case of this type of abuse by these types of people. And then, whoa, her office went even further to hide the records documenting these types of incidents. Not one of these types of people was prosecuted. 626,000 views, and I did watch the video. It's a guy confessing that it happened to him, and he thought he could get justice, and he tried to get justice, and they just railroaded him. This is really, really shocking. I mean, absolutely amazing. That's why I had to dress up in my bow tie. I got to go formal on this one. This is a black tie event because you're speaking out about people who are occupying the highest offices or going to be elected to the highest offices. We expect them to have our backs, right? We expect them to be looking out for the public welfare and trying to do what's good for humanity, and that is not what's happening, folks. My God, it's crazy, right? And then she met with Chrissy, and they had this, productive discussion about abortion. Oh my God. So Kay met with C, who has been described as a witch to discuss Planned Parenthood, abortion, and what happens to babies. And C has now deleted thousands of inappropriate tweets making predatory references. She blocked 1 million accounts that were trying to out her, and then she switched her account to private once the public started asking her about them. It's really sad, isn't it? I mean, she looks beautiful. She's a supermodel, right? But wow, who could imagine she's in this darkness? Why would Kay meet with her, of all people, and talk about that particular subject? It's just crazy, isn't it? Crazy stuff. Then they talk about the forged signature on the resignation letter. This is really strange. Did he even sign his own resignation? The B looks totally different from how every other sign is done, and people don't change their signature like this, right? He also doesn't have a history of underlining anything. He was last seen a few days ago, slowly walking off of Air Force One after supposedly testing positive for COVID. So who signed his letter? Again, this is pretty strange stuff. And they were asking, where is he? He has no public events. You remember all this. This was a very hot week. No events scheduled for Monday, and his calendar is currently blank. Where is he? 250,000 views, 51-second video. Oh, here we go. We're going to strike gold again. Violet Sonora. In other news, she donated $50. When I was saying strike gold, I wasn't talking about that. I was actually talking about this post 51. It's also pretty freaking amazing. So here's this guy where he says, with all the race war propaganda and the possibilities of, where's my sinister business card here? I guess I do have it. So he's talking about the possibility of this card. You know, we're not going to say that. Anyway, you can read it if you actually go look at your phone here, or if you're looking on the screen. I hope you got a big screen like a laptop. It'd be easier to see this. I became suicidal because I can't stand that no one will open their eyes and that we're all being manipulated so badly. I hope with all of my heart that 45 is going to make good on his promise to MAGA, cleaning the swamp. I've been thinking about joining the Navy for Corpsman Greenside. I would love to serve under his administration if he really does clean the swamp. I'll try to join regardless. No openings for Corpsman right now, though. I hope that what OP Anon says is true. I will be praying for him and all others risking their lives for the safety. The Lord will guide them, praying that what he says is true. I'll pray for the spiritual edification of God for him and his complete safety. Well, that's actually what just happened with the shooting, right? So that's why they brought this up, part of the reason. He then says, the pieces are coming together, and if this is true, those working with T are geniuses. I would have never imagined that there would be any possible way to take over this monster of corruption that has nearly seemed to conquer our country. Well, yeah, it's military intelligence. It's a very real thing. I'm not making this stuff up. Dear Patriot, we hear you. We hear all Americans such as yourself. Oh, here it comes. The time has come to take back our great land. Bang. The time is now. Rest assured, POTUS is backed by the absolute finest people alive who are all dedicated to the eradication of evil and corruption from the U.S. and the world. Find peace. God is with us. God bless and be safe. The WH. Wow. It's another really big one. Obviously, they wanted you to read 51 because it talks about divine intervention. And the circle makers are showing us the human ETs as they are. They're involved in this. They're getting us ready for time travel, the DeLorean. They showed us the Tesla turbine. Ties in with the Otis car flying saucer thing. Put grass in your pockets. And that made me understand that, hey, you know, maybe something like that happened to me. Maybe I was brought on board these UFOs. That Congress has already announced that they're real. You're not going to remember anything that happened to you if you got taken somewhere except in dreams. And I had some very bad, abusive things happen to me in this parallel life. And as you saw in many previous shows, I've got incredible drawings. I've got incredible short stories. There's all these components that make it so that, as weird as it may sound, and, you know, our one dedicated troll wants to attack me about this and mock me for crying about my abuse, but we're going to learn that people were going through this. I just happen to have remembered more of it than most people do. It's very, very freaking real, you guys. So, God is with us. Be safe. Well, I guess I had it up close. I could have read it this way, but I ended up reading the whole thing. I got to be more careful that if I do that in advance, we can. But again, the time has now come to take back our great land. The time is now. This is the big prophecy here when you see it up close. It doesn't say we're going to wait. It doesn't say you're going to wait till November. It says now. So this investigation about the attempted, killing, it's all going to break open. And Eamon Jones just donated. Appreciate all you do, David. It's right there. Thank you very much, Eamon. We appreciate you. Let's keep going with our slides. I might actually get through this in 3 hours. We got 15 minutes left. Maybe not, but it won't be too much longer. Okay, so here we go. Representative Jackson oversaw this service, which is secret, or SS, and now all of a sudden, she's no longer around. And maybe they needed to cover, maybe the DS needed to cover some tracks here. They didn't want her, loose lips sink ships, right? The director of the SS, Kimberly, confirmed in the hearing today that Democratic Rep. Sheila was heavily involved in the oversight of her organization. She was confirmed dead only 6 days after this attempted shooting failed. Isn't that just a coincidence? No, they're obviously telling you it's not a coincidence. This is not the Alliance that did this, I don't think. This is the DS, because she was directly involved in ordering the stand down, and they don't want her talking. They know that she would squeal when people tighten screws on her, so let's just get rid of her, right? That's a great way to solve the problem. Apparently she was authorizing that to happen to herself. But then the video they show is 14 seconds long. Here it is again, the magic formula. Let's go to post number 14. This is one we've read many times before. What is the president in control of? What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? That would be the military. Why does the military play such a vital role? Well, they have the same security tools as the DS does. They can listen in on everything. They can capture all the communications. We have it all. We have all the information. That's what they said. Why is POTUS surrounded by highly respected generals? Who guards former presidents? That would be the military. Why is that relevant? And who's guarding HRC? Well, that would be the DS. Why are certain organizations starting with A allowed to operate? Because they want to take over the planet. Why hasn't this brotherhood of people who are from the Islamic faith, why hasn't the MB been classified as that type of an organization? Well, that's because the DS is in control. What happens if these organizations and these operations that are funded get violent and engage in domestic acts? Well, that's what we're apparently seeing now. They were burning the flag, right? What happens if mayors, police commissioners, and chiefs do not enforce the law? Well, then you get this kind of stuff where bad things happen. What authority does 45 have specifically over the Marines? Why is this important? What was Mueller's background? The guy investigating him, was he from the military? No, he was the DS. Was 45 asked to run with assurances made that the election wouldn't be messed with? Yes, of course. That's the only way he won in 2016. How is he always 5 steps ahead? He has this incredible organization of people behind him, patriots, and who is helping him? Again, that would be the military. So this is pretty crazy. Okay, so then the next one is that they formally accuse this director of attempted murder, which is what the investigation is proving. So now we're going to zoom in on that. The plot against 45. She attempted to create this horrible event. She refused to answer if this guy was working by himself or if he had a team. She refused to answer the question. She also admitted that she did not visit the site where this attempt took place. Since the attempt, nobody was fired from the department in the connection with the incident. Can you even believe that? She confirmed that the roof he was on was outside of the perimeter, but yet it's within easy distance. And she said that the SS was not aware that there was a threat to him and they did not pause the rally. Yeah, right. If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. She admitted this was the most significant operational failure of this organization in decades, and on July 13th, we failed. Well, they tried to go after 45. Nobody can confirm at this point in the week that Joe was even actually still with us. None shall sleep. 228,000 views. And then the headline on the right says, the bullet hit 45, but it killed somebody else. And that is true. He is done now. So this one doesn't have any videos in our formula, but then the investigation keeps getting crazier and crazier. I don't know if you heard about this because the story is spreading like wildfire, but look at this, guys. Were federal agents visiting this guy who did this on a regular basis? Apparently, yes. It's all been traced back to him now. This is really, really wild. Okay, it says, investigators discovered that someone regularly visiting his home and his workplace. Imagine that. He has all these friends. And this friend who, they probably tracked him off of the cell phone pings. And where was he walking and where was he going? He was visiting this guy's house. How many people are close enough with you that they come and visit you at your house and at your work? Or was he coming and visiting him to do hypnosis, and then this guy has another persona and he doesn't even know that this is going on? That's possible. That's the implication. The same individual also visited a building in Washington, D.C., located in Gallery Place, right near the Friends of Busy Investigators office. Oh my God, on June 26, 2023. A second device linked to the same guy visited Plymouth, Massachusetts. Additionally, a device connected to his workplace traveled to Butler on July 4th and 8th and then ceased all activity on the 12th. This is yet another extremely convenient coincidence working in this agency's favor. Oh my God, they were handling this guy. Now, did he know this? Maybe not. Maybe he wasn't aware these people were coming there, but they were probably working with him. And now, again, the organization starts with C. They've openly come out publicly and said, nope, there was no MK involved at all. That's not what it was. And everybody's tweeting and saying, the denial is the admission. By saying it didn't happen, we now just think everything you said is the opposite. So if you say that there was no MK, then that probably means there was. And this might have been how it was happening. So this is really, really crazy. 102,000 views on this. You can see, looking at him, this is a special needs kid, man. He has got some problems. I mean, look at how much, I don't want to go in, I don't want to judge him, but he's definitely got high autism at least. Then on the 22nd, they were flying flags at half-mast to try to fake you out, make you think he was gone. Good old Sleepy Joe, but he really wasn't. And they were trying to get everybody in our community to jump on this bandwagon that he was dead. And then all of a sudden they bring him out again and everything seems to be fine. Which again, it was like a death and resurrection. They're faking you out. They want you to think he was dead to get the attention off of 45 so that, now all the attention is on Joe. Oh my God, we thought he was dead, but thank God he's still alive. So they even went so far as to fly flags at half-mast, but then they bring him out and everything's fine. They did this weird thing with the audio, right? They used AI to make this interview where it's a recording. They said they kind of slipped up and said, record, and then they stopped saying it. In the press conference right after they announced he was coming out of the race, it's like first he's dropping out, then it looks like he's dead. They do all these fake outs. They fly the flag at half-mast, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, he's back, he's alive, and everybody's cheering. And he's got this microphone and goes, hello! But then he's like really tall, really way too tall. We'll see that in just a bit. I don't know what's going on. U.S. flags are at half-mast right now. Flags are flown at half-mast as a sign of mourning. They wanted you to think he was gone, to take the attention away from 45, but it didn't work. Flags in any locality can be flown at half-mast on the death of a local citizen or on the day or part of the day of their funeral. Sheila was announced dead on Friday. Multiple politicians have demanded that they show proof of life for JB. Imagine that. 335,000 views. Then we have this strange audio conversation, as I was just saying, that they leaked with the alleged Joe. They tried to prove that he was still alive. He allegedly made a phone call to the headquarters right before Kay was going to speak. They said, I know yesterday's news was surprising. Yeah, he suddenly dropped out. Pay attention to the body language of the woman at the podium. She knows something is very wrong. She never actually has a conversation with him, prompting people to believe it was most likely previously recorded AI audio, which they then prove later on. 2.5 million views on this one. 27-second video. Here it comes again. Post 27. Not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed, but we want transparency, although not at a cost we can't recover from. So again, they're admitting right now that they can't really tell you everything they know. In a previous post, they said he would be announced dead within a year or two. And so this was all a big fake out. They used AI, they flew the flag at half-mast, and then he comes out and he's fine. And the slides actually talk us through all this, as you're going to see. So then on July 22nd, we get the top analyst at JP Morgan which again apparently is now part of the alliance. It's surrendered to the alliance, and now they're the good guys. So they got predictions from their top analyst. A top analyst predicted at the beginning of the year that Jay would withdraw sometime between Super Tuesday and November for health reasons. Isn't that interesting? The prediction goes on to say, this is from the top bank, right? That he would pass the torch to a replacement candidate named by the DNC. Well, that isn't exactly what's happened. It's his vice president, but nonetheless. Oh my God. Then he says this. He predicts that major U.S. cities will face electricity outages and/or outages of natural gas, which are actually much worse. Didn't they just say before that there would be some type of black swan? The only way they can save their bacon is to try to turn off the power. Well, here's the J.P. Morgan guy saying the same thing. So again, as we keep saying over and over again, if you haven't gotten your supplies, if you're not ready for a blackout, you darn well better be, because whatever battery charge is left in your phone, that's going to be something that's now giving you these messages and videos, and you're going to want to watch those videos. So that's why, like, I have 2 EF Delta solar batteries here. I have the 3 panels of 160 watts each. And it turns out when I had this 5-day blackout after our huge storm earlier this year, I was able to run my refrigerator off of 1 EF Delta with the 3 panels. I could charge all my devices with the other one. So when the power goes down, I'm just snug as a bug in a rug, man. I mean, I don't ever need air conditioning here. Never gets too hot. If you open up the windows at night, the cold air, you let it run into the house. Close them during the day. It stays nice and cool. So I'm totally ready for the blackout. I've got 3 or 4 months worth of steak that I've frozen in my fridge and freezer. I've got the propane grill. I can use that to make steak. I got food. I got power. I got water. I always have 15 5-gallon jugs of water that I've stored in the garage. I keep them full. So I'm ready for like a month without power if it took that long. I don't think it will, but they do indicate later on here, as you'll see, it might last 10 days, up to 10 days. Could only be 1 day, might not even happen at all. But you do want to be ready just in case. And again, I'm not selling any of these products, but you want to be ready, all right? Because that could happen. Elon warns that the dollar could collapse. That would cause a black swan. That would be really nasty. He warns about the potential collapse of the dollar coinciding with CNBC suggesting the U.S. government might consider holding Bitcoin as a reserve currency. Interesting, right? We might end up getting bailed out by Bitcoin. I don't even have any Bitcoin. I've never had the money to buy Bitcoin. I've never been able to. I just don't have the money. But if you do, then maybe you'll be in great shape there. And so, there's the post of Elon. And then again, the video, although it says 57, if you click on it, it's actually 58 seconds long. And that leads us to magical post number 58, which is another one that's pretty shocking. They don't use this one as much. McCain and others roundly criticized Representative Michelle in 2012 when she and 4 members of the House Permanent Select Committee Intelligence and the House Judiciary Committee cited Ms. A, that's the right hand of good old HC, in letters sent to the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, Department of State, Justice, Homeland, and the Director of National Intelligence, warning about the infiltration of this particular brotherhood in the U.S. And that's what they're going to use to try to do these riots and strikes. Why is this relevant? Who took an undisclosed trip to Saudi? What was the purpose of a face-to-face versus a phone call? And then Alice in Wonderland. And they actually do, in a later post, define Alice in Wonderland. So that sets that up. We'll see that. Again, what they're saying is that as the dollar collapses, if it does, which I hope it doesn't, but it might, and then maybe it's going to get backed up with Bitcoin, that this could lead to these brotherhood-influenced uprisings and riots. So it could get really, really hairy here, folks, and they're warning us, get ready for just about anything. And I'm ready, I'll tell you. I got everything here I need. And then we see that B was blackmailed. They spoke to him about the 25th, that could bring him down. And so let's read it starting from the top here. It says, it has now been confirmed, even by the mainstream, that he was blackmailed into dropping out after top people threatened to remove him using the 25th. The well-orchestrated palace coup to stop him from seeking any next term had been going on for weeks. 45 already knew about this, probably from his Inside Alliance sources. The debate seemed to be a setup by the D's. Remember, the Alliance is telling us this, so they know what they're talking about, folks. They set him up on purpose to be able to forcibly replace him with a new candidate. They knew he was going to do really badly, and they were willing to take that self-inflicted wound, take that hit, in order to get a new candidate in place. Nancy threatened him if he refused to drop out. She said, "We can do this the easy way or the hard way." She could be like Trama too, right? She gave him 3 weeks of the easy way, and it was about to become the hard way, which would have been using the 25th. His own staff didn't even know that he was leaving until they read his letter on Twitter. Oh my God. And 45 tried to warn him about the 25th Amendment all day back in 2021. On January 12th, he said, "The 25th is of zero risk to me, but it will come back to haunt Joe." And that has 1 million views. And again, we got the magical formula, 14 seconds on the video. Let's read number 14. This is very exciting, isn't it? We've read this before. In fact, we just read it earlier in the same show. So we don't need to read it again because we just read it not 10 minutes ago. But again, what happens if these operations get violent and engage in domestic operations? And what happens if police commissioners do not enforce the law? So the military is going to have to intervene. They're telling you the same thing again. Then good old Kimberly resigns as the director of the SS, and she's going to have to be criminally charged, they say. This is on the 23rd. After issuing the stand-down order to her staff and attempting to have this thing work out successfully for them, they wanted him gone. She has resigned in disgrace. This is not a victory, but it's a step in the right direction, and next she has to face criminal charges. Well, that still hasn't happened yet, but it probably will. And they have a typically embarrassing picture of her, which, you know, she kind of deserved it at that point. Then they came out with this. There's a 98% likelihood that the voice on that recording was an AI. Again, they're trying to fake you out and make you think he was really gone, and then he comes back to life. They were accused of using 11 Labs, a popular voice cloning tool, for his alleged phone call yesterday to his former headquarters. The analysis shown in this clip, just analyzing the actual data of the call, 98% chance that they used AI to do it. If this is true, we need to understand why they are being so careless. And again, my guess is that the reason they're being so careless is they wanted you to think he was gone. They wanted to create this uprising of conspiracy theory. And then lo and behold, he comes back to life. It's a grand resurrection, divine intervention. They steal it all away from the other guy. Didn't work out that way. That plan was rebuffed. And we're at 3 hours right now. We're almost done. So we're not going to have to even go 3.5. That's great for me and my eyes. And getting to have dinner and take a nice walk outside, and I don't have to wear my tux anymore. But we're almost done, so hang in there. We got 4,100 people. You guys are awesome. Let's read some comments. Oh, Cheadle looks like John Boehner. That's funny. You can always be compromised, says Tamara Chapman. Lucifer didn't think he could fall, and he did. He was from the angelic realms. Thank you, I got it. LOL, time machine. What do you need to make a good movie? You need good actors. Wake the flock up. What the F happened with Health Rangers coils? I'm not sure what that is. 41 more minutes. Probably won't take that long. Grand Resurrection. I know a Grand Dragon, says Massa Forest. Buy a Brita filter or something to filter your water, says Skyheart. I would totally agree with that. How come we got 4,000 people in here and David only gets 2.8 thousand likes? 2,800 likes. Smash that like button for David, people. Yeah, please do that. I'm not backing down from the evil. The tux looks good, my dude, says Yannick Chapuis. God bless you, he says, to be or not to be. We love your tux. Thank you for the respect and love, says Kiri and Quantum Go Time 19. Dear David, sorry for your loss of Girlie, says Kwang Hung Chan. I hope she's in a better place for now. A bit unrelated, but can you tell us about Yaldabaoth or the Demiurge? Is he the same as Lucifer or Yahweh? Well, the Demiurge, so one of the main things that the DS uses to try to justify their religion is this concept of Gnostic Gospels. So you have the Gnostic Gospel of Mary, the Gnostic Gospel of Thomas, etc. And I believe that they use this, if you read some stuff on Gnosticism, they say, oh, you don't need to be encumbered by morals or ethics. So whenever you see the Demiurge being mentioned, you get into this idea. What it means is half God. The idea that Lucifer is actually God the Father and not what we think. And so they believe that their God is really the right God and that the God that everybody else worships, the Abrahamic God, is a half-God or demiurge. Urge meaning God. So when you see demiurge, yeah, it's knocking the Christian God. It's saying Lucifer's the real one. The God that everybody else thinks is fake. And then that philosophy actually says that the whole universe was created by the demiurge. And therefore, because a fake God created the universe, all of that fake God's laws, like morals and ethics, are fake. And you don't need to follow them. When you find Lucifer, when you find the real God, then you don't need ethics or morals anymore. And that is totally evil. Somebody said, why can't I find Corey on Cosmic Disclosure on Gaia? The only way you can do that is if you watch it on Amazon. But they took all those shows down after he sued them. And again, that's kind of makes sense, right? I mean, they would be pretty upset by that. I understand it. Janet Levitt says, glad to see you on a weekday, David. Godspeed. And then Willie Delgado, she donated $5. Thank you very much. Willie Delgado says, John Trump has Tesla's time travel technology. He let his nephew Donald use it. A post says time travel is fun. I didn't see that one. That's good to see. There's a YouTube video about that by Jetson White. Try typing it in. Okay, I will. David, are you really the crop man? Says Tyrone Biggums. I don't know. I mean, it's fascinating that the crop circles are tying me in. But again, I'm out here building an aerospace company, building anti-gravity. I'm out here revealing what the posts say. I co-wrote Michael Prophecies. I'm risking my life. And so they really have my back. And that's why when I got this business card on my door, they did something that everybody can see was exactly the same thing on the same day in the crop formation. It's fascinating. Great info, more survival stuff now, less bumming, more calling. All right, Sheila, thank you very much there. You want a bit of Colin McGeezer? We're going to do that, mate. You got to be ready for just about anything. These people are crazy, mate. They're ready to do just about anything. So get your stored water, get your survival supplies, mate. Out there in the bush, we like to take everything with us. We pack lightly. We got our water. We know how to get water out of cactus. We know how to get water out of these little things in the ground, mate. You got to be ready for just about anything. Colin McGeezer's got your back, baby. Don't forget it. All right. Little taste of Colin for you. Is anime safe to watch and enjoy? I don't know. You got to tell me. I mean, I don't watch anything like that, but I think that, sometimes I do watch all different types of commercial entertainment products. There may be certain hypnotic things in there, but again, I think that if you just meditate and keep in center, you can. But I don't really like to watch stuff that's obviously got cabal elements in it. I just stay away from that stuff. The SEAL Team show really doesn't. Although there's a lot of shooting and a lot of people getting shot, so it's still pretty violent and crazy. But yeah, you just got to be very discerning about what you're going to do. Watch my show instead. I'm giving you like 3-4 hours a week to enjoy. You can enjoy that. And again, smash the like button. Let's try to get it up to 4,000. All right, so back to the slide. So they used this voice AI, and again, it's 41 seconds long, leading to post number 41. And this suggests there might be some type of nuclear standoff. What a coincidence. The mountain that housed NK's weapons and testing collapsed. Unbelievable timing. This was on November 2nd, 2017. I wonder if critically important materials as well as scientists, aka bomb makers, were inside when it happened. Shocking that no global news agency suspects that we had nothing to do with it. Enjoy the crumbs. So what they're saying here is that these types of attacks, they were going to try to smuggle out these weapons and materials and use them against the people. The Alliance blew up their whole mountain and stopped that from happening. So they're taking credit for the fact that they're not going to let nuclear stuff go down. This is very, very reassuring. And by linking to that post 41, they brought that to our attention. So that's a really good thing. Then all of a sudden, out comes a new Joe. This is the resurrection. Oh my God. And this guy is much taller, maybe 6 inches taller, and he has no trouble with the stairs. Now, does this mean that it's his double? Perhaps. The face looks astonishingly similar. Maybe he's got a mask on. I don't know. I don't know if I really believe all that stuff. But anyway, he's taller, and he's got no trouble. He just bounds up the stairs. So maybe it is something funny. Maybe it's a clone. Maybe it's a double. I don't know. I don't want to fall into those traps because they're probably not really true. But it is really weird that he came out taller. And see, who the hell knows what is going on? I really don't know. I'm not going to stake my reputation on any of this. But it is interesting. After being declared dead and rumored to be in hospice, all of a sudden he makes an appearance and stepping down. And what do you guys notice about him? This had 2 million views. And the video is 65 seconds long, 105, so that leads us to post 65. Flash traffic. 3-letter agency embedded tracking and up-channel into POTUS's Twitter to specifically target him through specialized geo, I guess geolocation, and send out his location, which means they're trying to go after him. We anticipated this, and again, we had a shooting just recently happen. See our post a few hours ago. It has begun. Perhaps more posts to follow as expected imminent departure. So again, this is a tie-in that says they're really trying to go after him. Whoa, we got a bunch of donations here. We had Deborah Nicholas Paulak donated $10. And we had Tarotina. She says, it's so cute when you raise your eyebrows. Ooh, yeah, you like that, don't you? All righty. Well, happy to oblige. Happy to oblige, Sheila. Colin will move his eyebrows for you. All right, next we got July 23rd, a total of 4 suspicious individuals now involved with this whole event. An additional 3 individuals were identified as suspicious before the attempt took place. According to the testimony of the commissioner of the PA police, Colonel Christopher Paris was briefed on 3 more individuals besides the patsy, bringing the grand total to 4 people. Then we see the video is 1 minute and 37. That's 97 seconds, which again will follow our magic formula. It leads us to post number 97. We're getting pretty close to the end here, so just stay with me. Setup, who wins? And obviously what we just saw was a setup in PA, right? Who becomes exposed? Obviously the DS. Who knows where the bodies are buried? That would be military intelligence. Who has access? What is military intelligence? Who was part of this during the BO term? Who was fired during that term? Well, that's what happened to the Alliance. They would get fired. Why is this relevant? Reread the complete crumb graphic, which is confirmed as good as they're putting out these posts. Paint the picture. Disinfo exists and is necessary. Look at this. 10 days of darkness. Whoa, it might take that long. That might have been why they put it in there. We might actually get a power outage. I mean, I'm going to coast right through it, man. My refrigerator is going to be running. I'm going to be cooking steak. I'm going to be living large and in charge. I got tons of water, tons of food. It's not going to be 10 days of darkness for me. The lights are going to be on. Kaylin Robinson said, love you, David, mate. Thanks. And then we got Kevlar63, $10. Thank you guys for being here. Some people are dropping off. We're a little bit lower now. We're at 3,900. We lost about 100 folks, but believe me, you want to hang on till the end because this is amazing. So if you don't see it now, just come back later. A technique, the key says, a technique malevolent NLP practitioners use is throw a bunch of statements out there at once and not give people proper time to evaluate them before moving on to the next thing. That's probably a troll. So that's fine, but you know, you can go and say whatever you want about me, but what you can do here is just go back and listen again. If you think I'm talking too fast, I apologize, but it's just a lot of material to go through really quickly. So you can go back. Everybody give David $5 for a steak. I got plenty of steaks, but thank you anyway. What we really need is just budget money to be able to... Oh, Liz Straub says, tell us more about John Paul Jones, please. Well, John Paul Jones is the bass player for Led Zeppelin, but he's also my great-great-great-great-great-granduncle. So John Paul Jones's brother is the guy who is my great-uncle. My great-grandfather. So I'm directly descended from the brother of the guy who founded the United States Marines and Navy, which is fascinating. I mean, it's a really weird bloodline connection. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud to be, you know, the direct Marine bloodline. And, you know, that's part of why I'm so happy to do this stuff. Hi, David. Would you ever consider, let's see if I can fix that. Would you ever consider creating a school or special group for the gifted with psychic abilities or teach us about this for Zillennials Generation Z? Yeah, absolutely. We want to do more of that stuff in the future. So then we had Dana Naomi donate $10. Thank you very much. Truth is Christ. I agree with that. Trump steaks are huge. They are the best, apparently. So John Paul Jones is the bass player of Led Zeppelin, but he was also the founder of the Marines and the Navy. Everybody give David $5 for a Banff trip. Thank you. That's a great way to go. I've already got it booked, actually, and I hope I get to do it. I don't know if I will. I might end up getting pulled into the Alliance first, but it would be nice. So 10 days of darkness, good versus evil. War. They are telling us to get ready for the blackout, folks. The roadmap of the big picture is here. Review post happenings. Clarified. Crumbs are not only for this board, the silent ones. Others are monitoring friends and enemies. Snow White, Godfather 3, all that stuff was deciphered. Not going to go through it all now. Then we see that hackers leaked documents from the Pentagon's Integrated Technology or IT department. That's what we see right here. They leaked documents from the Pentagon stolen from Leidos Holdings, one of the largest IT service providers. Their customers include the Defense Department, Homeland Security, NASA, other U.S. foreign agencies, and commercial businesses. They have declined to comment, Leidos has, on this stolen information. These documents were believed to have been stolen as part of 2 breaches in 2022. They were formed in 2013, and they later acquired, are you ready for this? Lockheed Martin's information technology business. That's one of the top defense contractors. They were the largest federal IT contractor in the 2022 fiscal year with $3.98 billion in obligations. Hacked data includes a collection of internal documents that belong to them. Contracts with the government constituted 87% of their revenue. The threat actor says they will sell the data in 2 different types. Now, my guess is that this is probably not the Alliance. This is probably the work of the DS, and that what they're trying to do, once again, is compromise elements of the military like Lockheed, like other defense IT. This is the counter threat. They want to try to expose the Alliance and get them hurt. I don't think this is going to work, but that's very likely what we're seeing here, okay? Just to be aware. Then there's a new video that captures 8 shots, as they talk about right here. A brand new video taken by an eyewitness next to the building owned by this particular BR company. Clearly captures 8 shots. It's really shocking because you can actually see the flashes in one of these videos that came out. And he even pointed his gun at the person looking at them. An ex-military witness confirms that the security was horrible from the very beginning. Okay, and I looked at Post 72. I wasn't totally convinced, so we skipped that one. Then on July 23rd, the CS company was shorted before they caused this worldwide blackout. And again, there's a lot of things about that worldwide blackout. It was very strange. It involved Windows and all that stuff, but it seems like this is just one of these packets that they have that they could fire off. There could be others. And so they could use something like this. This might have been a test run to create a larger blackout. I don't know when that's going to happen. If something goes really, really south for them, like this investigation into what happened on that Saturday where there were shots, you know, that could be what causes them to flip the switch and turn off the power. And then we got a donation from Carl Moffat, and we got a donation from Prairie Wind. Thank you guys so much for being here. We really appreciate you. All right, so again, the point is that they were shorted before the outage, and people would have made a lot of money on this necessarily if it had worked the way they thought. It didn't really. In a new twist to the story of the widespread IT outage affecting devices across the planet caused by CS, someone made a massive $2 million put bet, that's a, shorting, on their stock right before it happened. Imagine how coincidental that is. Wink, wink. Specifically, just 2 days before the outage, someone placed $2.3 million put bet on them at a strike price of $3.70, expiring on January 17th, 25. These options are bets that the stock price will fall, which means that whoever placed it was anticipating something bad was going to happen. Was this just a clerical error? Obviously not. So Xander Stevens, Liz Straub, that's really funny. She says, Xander Stevens 77, LOL. Quit being a Bogart and pass that thing around already, LOL. I guess Xander is acting high for some reason. I joined later and Microsoft was down today, says Debbie Nichols Pollock. What food do we need when the power goes out? I got beans and rice. I would do that. And I would keep, just all the stored dry stuff. If you can reheat things. If you got cans, that's really good. Canned soup, canned beans. Canned food is great and it's cheap. Beans and rice is great. Keep a lot of stored water. I have steaks in the freezer, but you got to keep your freezer running, which I've been doing. So I think you're going to be fine as long as you got these basic things dialed in. But I've just got lots and lots and lots of great supplies to be ready. So then we got the White House actually being barricaded before the prime minister of the small country showed up. I wonder what they were anticipating. More barricades were going up this morning. The prime minister is giving his address to Congress, and B will finally address the nation, stating he's not going to seek anything new. The New York police also sent reinforcements to the Capitol. They're still short on officers. I guess I missed out on the 28th there. I should have gotten that one. Maybe I looked at it and it wasn't all that relevant. Anyway, on the 24th, new evidence that good old PD paid $1 million to create this rap music event where Tupac ended up disappearing. Well, we never wondered. That was one of the mysteries, right? Who did it? What happened to Tupac? Well, now we got the answer after all this time. Rapper Sean Diddy Combs is in even more trouble. New court documents claimed that actually, believe it or not, he was personally responsible for paying 1M to create this event in 1996, where this person was lost. Key suspect Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, who was apprehended in the probe last year, said that this individual had funded his assassination of his rival on September 7, 1996. Keefe told law enforcement that he was paid $1 million and that he took that money and gave it to another person, a gangster named Eric, in order to create this event. So sad, right? It's all coming out now. And again, the investigation of PD is going to break open the whole music industry. That's what we're going to see. So wait for it. It's going to be very, very epic. We're getting all these pieces lined up and set in position. Then we have the director of the Friends of Busy Investigators, and she's panicking, or he's panicking about these tapes. He doesn't want these tapes to emerge. Watch him panic as the Congressman Steve Cohen questions him about these tapes allegedly used to hurt and entrap people in Congress. Steve said, "Can you tell me if during that search you came across and have within your possession tapes of him with other individuals in compromising positions? We have Open Eyes who just donated $10. Love you, David. I've been following all your work for decades. Thank you for all you do." Thank you, Open Eyes. We appreciate it. He says, I don't know if I can share anything on that. The director goes on to make excuses as to why you're not allowed to see these tapes. That's pretty shocking. And again, I caught this one. 1 minute 22 is 82 seconds. Leads us up to post 82. And then it says repost. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. That's the key. Something is about to happen. And they have to repost things, which they're doing now. And then what do they say? Let's start with Alice in Wonderland, which is a code they've already given us, what, like 3 times just in this week's collection? What is Alice in Wonderland? HC in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. So Alice represents H, and then SA, this country, Saudi, is the bloody Wonderland. So now we're saying, okay, anytime they say Alice in Wonderland, they're referring to H in SA. That's what that means. Very interesting. So all this stuff is going to come out, what she was doing over there. And then, of course, Mohammed bin Salman, or NBS, he did a total overthrow around the time of the Vegas shooting. He got all those guys out. A lot of cool stuff happened. Then we have Pet Ventures, who's right there in the blue. He says, what do you know about Vladimir Terziski? Nothing. I've never heard of him, so I'm sorry. I don't know who he is. Then Dr. Pam donated $20, celebrating her 20th Super Chat on a live stream. Thank you very much, Dr. Pam J. That is awesome. And again, everybody else, if you don't have the money to do the Super Chat, just please hit the like button and make sure that you subscribe, although we did get over 500,000 now, which is so incredible. Elmo Bullseye, David's new preacher character he was talking about, could play the guitar. An old rocker turned a preacher. Yeah, we got the Reverend Dick Dingus. When I was in Kentucky, I actually found out there was a preacher named Reverend Dick Dingus. Can you imagine? Like just being so kind of out of touch to actually let that be your name. So as time goes on, and I'm going to bring in more characters and use the Southern accent, we got the Reverend Dick Dingus. Praise be the Lord. Praise Jesus. Washed in the blood of the Lamb, the holy blood comes draining down your body, and you feel the blood, and the blood is just soaking you. I don't know. I'm not really into that blood stuff, but some of these guys really are. It's pretty funny. Congratulations on 500,000 subscribers. Amal Khoury donated $5. Thank you guys very much. We're at 3 hours and 23 minutes. We're not going to go for 4. We're going to get this done fast. So then the Prime Minister says he wants people in our country to kill and die for him. That's probably not going to happen. He once again wants us to go kill and die for him. He's already pushing for this war with this country starting with I. In 2022, he lobbied Congress to go after Iraq. In 2024, now he wants to go after Iran. Meanwhile, 45 is working on a peace deal and even shared a letter from the Palestinian President Abbas mentioning his upcoming meeting. Reminder, it was BN who was the first world leader to call and congratulate B on defeating 45 in the 2020 event. 45 responded by branding him as disloyal and saying F him. And we got 39 seconds, which is kind of the real point here leading to post 39. And this is again talking about North Korea and the fact that they had to destroy this nuclear initiative. Would it blow your mind if I told you BO had been there and is perhaps there now? Why does the administration do so little to slow their capabilities? Who feeds this country with strategic intel? Is it Iran? Well, they just mentioned that. What deal was done with this country under BO? Why was it sealed under top secret? Well, the military knows about it. Why didn't they notify Congress? Because it's probably treasonous. Why, after he left office, does all of a sudden this country have nukes and miniaturized technology to deliver payload in the U.S.? That sounds pretty scary. What about all these other agencies confirming the tech won't be in place for 5 years as of 2016? Why is all of this relevant? What does it tell you? The big picture is rare. Yes, the DS would love to blow us up, but they're not going to be allowed to do it. The alliance is on top of it. That's why they killed that mountain. Then we see again the divide and conquer strategy used during this visit. It says right here, a massive divide and conquer psyop was deployed today, coinciding with this congressional address from the small country. These movements are timed and designed to cause you emotional chaos, and again, what we see is they're burning the flag and provoke you into action. They want people to have civil disruption. Same tactics used in January, except now they're coming from the other side. Those who oppose this war have been infiltrated by GS. They don't even know it. Those who stand for America have been infiltrated by the will of AC. They don't even realize it. They want a clash of civilizations. And if you paid attention to the speech, he mentioned that very phrase right at the beginning. Divided country is easier to conquer than a united one. My message to my followers has always been the same. Divided you are weak, together you are strong. And we have 2 different videos in here. The first one is 16 seconds. Ooh, James Flynn just donated $100. Thank you very much, James Flynn. And he says, truth and light will always prevail. So we really appreciate it. Anna Berry says, hi, David. I hope you're doing well. Take care. I just tried to use the discount code from 333 to 177. It isn't working. It says the code is invalid. It's actualization. ACTUALIZATION. And you got to put it in all capital letters. If you can't get it to work, just email the staff. We'll write you back. We'll get you the code. No problem. Just email the support staff on the website. Sorry if you're having trouble, but everybody else is getting it to work. Sorry that it's not working for you. So post 16, get the popcorn. I had a whole dream after this came out where I was given a whole truck full of popcorn. So popcorn means it's the end of the war. We're at the end. That's what, part of the reason I call it grand finale. Friday and Saturday will deliver on this promise. 45 knows he has to clean the house in order to free up and demonstrate who has the authority to pass important legislation. This was a priority. The Attorney General cannot look like an impartial player who is out to get these former team members. We need him for other important work. Everything is going to come into focus. For anyone to think that POTUS is not in control, they are kidding themselves. He's 100% insulated. He has 0 risk of impeachment. This is a fact. Okay, so that's a good one. And 53, list out everybody who has a foundation. Why is this relevant? How can donations be used personally? Analyze the filings. Who is charged with overseeing this? Is it the IRS? Are they corrupt, politically motivated? The level of corruption, this is the main thing in our country and most others, is so severe. There is only one way, and then again we get the magic phrase they'd already just defined for us, Alice in Wonderland. There's only one way. What is that one way? The only way is the military. So once again, don't expect November. Something's going to happen before then, and you're going to learn about Alice in Wonderland. All these things are going to come out at the same time. So this is very exciting, okay? Then he goes live, Joe does, or maybe not, because, does he look like he's live right now? They say that he's explaining his public removal from this 2024 was for the greater good as he's passing the torch to Kay. And then we have 20 seconds on that video leading us to post number 20. And we've heard this one many times before. Who did 45 meet with yesterday? Was the Attorney General there? How many military intelligence generals were on that list to attend a separate closed meeting? Why did they have to renovate rooms in the White House? And where did they do the meeting? Was it in a skiff? Why did they not allow phones in this room? And what firm was contracted to conduct the renovations? So that's a pretty cool one, because again, it shows all along they've been having secret meetings. There's all this stuff you're never going to hear on TV. You're never going to hear about it except from sources like myself. And so it's good to study this stuff. Then on the 24th, he delegated his powers. We're at the 3.5-hour mark and we're almost done. Just bear with me a little bit longer. He did not resign tonight, but he already delegated his presidential powers to Janet Yellen and Anthony Blinken. 9 days after the attempted assassination and after 45 and Z discussed a peace deal. This was done under the UK Prosperity Act, which includes provisions on confiscating sovereign assets. This memorandum states that Yellen and Blinken have been given authority vested by the president. Wow, okay, so it's all been handed over. And this refers back to this UK Act. Remember, BR, the largest asset manager in the world, and JP are trying to put together billions of dollars to rebuild this country. And then this is where he looks much taller. We're getting to the end now, so hang in there. We got 3.5 hours. We're not going to need 4. We're going to be done really soon. After he surrendered last night during his live speech, he was greeted by some people outside the WH, and he appeared much taller than usual. Pay attention to the difference in his weight when he walked side by side with Jill, or height, I guess is what they meant to say as a typo, compared to other pictures of him standing next to her. And I was working really quick, but I still got these out. Now, granted, he's a little bit more forward than her, so that could account for part of this as an optical illusion, maybe. But there he is when he's beside her. He does seem like he might be taller. Maybe it's just a funny thing. And they're showing you here he's the same height as BO there. But again, it's probably, I don't know if this is really true or not. It's all just really strange. Maybe there is a double or a clone. Who the hell knows? I have no idea. Quick clone, maybe they did something like that. Then he'll end up dying too. 15-second video leads to post number 15. It says there are more good people than bad. The wizards and warlocks, which is inside term for the positive people in the alliance, they will not allow another satanic evil POS to control our country. Realize that these various people are all controlled by 3 families, and the 4th was removed after the victory of 45. Then again, we got those codes, 11.3, 11.6. You already, if you're educated on all the things I've been saying, you know that those are insider codes referring to the Law of War Manual for Department of Defense, which means that we're under enemy occupation. This government has never really been legit. They've never had the support of the military. All that is going to come out. We've been under martial law the whole time for 4 years. That's just part of what's going on right now. So it's really shocking when you learn what's really going on. Manafort was placed into the camp of 45 as well as others. So here it comes. The corruption that will come out in the very near future, as they've just been telegraphing, is so serious that people need to cut deals so they can walk away. Otherwise, 70% of our politicians would end up in jail, and you're seeing it begin. So there are a lot of deals going on. A deep cleaning is occurring, and the prevention and defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. Yes, it is. They never thought they would lose control of the presidency, not just the Ds. They thought they had control since making past mistakes with JFK and Reagan. Godspeed, patriots. P.S. So-and-so is targeted. Then they say again that this flag-burning incident was to create the clash of civilizations. This is the guy who burned it yesterday during the chaotic protests stemming from that speech. They wanted nationwide riots to form. It didn't happen. Thank God. The perp has not been identified. There's been no mention of him by any media outlets or even the alternative. Seems he was a provocateur who was hired to cause outrage, and this did work. His burning event led the speaker, Mike, and several other Republicans to raise the American flag last night and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. This was a publicity stunt to try to create this clash of civilizations, get people on the streets. It didn't work. Kay also condemned the burning. Lights, camera, action. Why did he not burn another flag? Okay, well, again, they're trying to get these things, they're trying to get people riled up. It didn't really work. Then we see new 9/11 footage appear after 23 years. I watch it. I didn't really get that excited about it. I've seen this many times before, but what the heck. It's pretty exciting because Kei Sugimoto, who was 24 years old at the time, shows new angles of the collapse, offers a unique perspective not seen from the south or east. You're watching these angles for the first time ever. 11 million views. Well, another post that they showed actually has these flashes of light where you see these charges going off, which is called blue lightning. So that's actually the way it was brought down. It was, in fact, a process that involved explosions that are not just the ones involving how it first got hit. Got to be very careful here, right? So yeah, this is all coming out. We're going to learn about all these things. It was not just a weird random event. It was totally planned. Now we get a warning that there's going to be another attempt on him. They do it from a prophet, and then in other posts I don't have in this show, it goes beyond that. The man who predicted the first attempt is now urgently warning that psychically he's getting warned that another attempt will happen. This time he says the assailant will be a woman who is blonde with a French twist in her hair wearing a beautiful dress. And again, what are they doing here? They are endorsing prophecy. They're not going to endorse me because then I'd have 500 Stevens coming after me, I'm sure. So that's okay. I'm glad there's only one right now. But anyway, we got Anna Trejos donated $50. That's pretty incredible. Thank you, Anna. David, great information. Sacred Life, Flower, Lumeria, Mount Shasta, Omlum, Ohio. Have you seen the alien smoking a pipe crop circle, says Melissa Wineland. Yeah, that one was probably one of the man-made ones. But again, the main point of this post here is that they are endorsing prophecy, which means they're endorsing me, which means they don't think I'm crazy. The Alliance has very high respect for me, very high respect for the accuracy of Michael Prophecies, my dream data, very high respect for how the crop circles are tying in with me. This business card was immediately followed on the same day with a crop circle that has the same exact geometry that you see right here. The Alliance is on my side, and they are endorsing another prophet, which again, if you remember your dreams, you will be having prophetic dreams. I believe anybody can do this. Just listen to them, learn the symbology. Michael Prophecies will help you with that. Again, discount code actualization, thedisclosure.com. You can buy our course, and that will really help me. The video is 1 minute, which is post number 60. And this is fascinating because it's, again, showing how tightly controlled this is. You can count the number of people who have the full picture, who know what we're really doing, only on 2 hands. There's less than 10 people. It might only be like 6 or 7. And of those people who are less than 10, so it could be 9, could be 8, we don't know, only 3 of them are not members of the military. There's only 3 people who know the plan who are not members of the military. That's fascinating. And they're not going to go talk to people randomly and just blab out what they're doing, obviously. Why is this relevant? Game theory. Outside of a potential operator dialed in with specific orders to his or her mission, no one else has this information. Operators never divulge. And then again, Alice in Wonderland, which we now know is about HRC and this particular country, Saudi. And the things we're going to learn and why MBS had to create an overthrow of that. So again, they did this with the post. This post number 60 was linked to the guy who is psychic. So again, I'm psychic, obviously. I've got prophetic dreams. And so the Alliance is glad that I'm doing this because they don't have to tell me anything directly. I'm not one of those 3 people. I haven't been read in on anything. I don't know what the whole plan is. I don't know when they're going to do this or what they're going to do. But I'm here with you using my dreams, using prophetic methods, and then reading their own prophecies that they put out in these videos with a certain number of seconds tying into a certain post so we can figure out what in the heck is really going on here. Where is this really going? What are we going to learn? It's very exciting. I'm so excited because, again, we're approaching the grand finale. This whole thing is coming to an end, and I can't wait. Thank God it's almost over. I'm tired of this. Then they talk about the Sinaloa cartel kingpin, that he's now in U.S. custody. He's going to sing like a bird about the so-called cocaine importing agency, right? That's so funny. Mexican drug kingpin Zambada, the co-founder of this notorious cartel, is now in custody. He founded this cartel along with a now jailed drug lord, Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, and he's facing a litany of indictments for crimes related to drug trafficking and organized crime in the U.S. And where do you think it's all going to flush out to? It's going to flush out to the people at the top who are probably going to be DS, as you can just imagine. The prosecutors in February charged him with conspiracy to manufacture and distribute fentanyl, and officials say this is the leading cause of death for Americans between 18 and 45. Then they're talking about the water tower, that this is the new intrigue like what we had with the grassy area. The aerial footage from the water tower in this state shows a clear line of sight to where the speech was happening. This is the modern-day grassy hill, and this theory of one person doing everything has always been a lie. And then again, look at the video. It's 24 seconds. Let's read post 24. Any person making statements they're not going to seek re-election was put in submission. That's what just happened, obviously. That's a bigger part of the story of what happened to good old Uncle Joe. For the betterment of the country, not all will be prosecuted. Maybe Joe won't be. And everybody is going to do as they're told. That means this military operation is very freaking serious, you guys. They can't stand up to this. When they find out what's going on, they're like, okay, I'll do what you want. I'll do what you want. You're going to see more of this occur even on the D side. Isn't that interesting? Then getting into this, we're right near the end now, so we're going to be able to keep this to 4 hours. So hang in there with me. We only lost 100 people. Olympic-sized fun with ancient gods. This is a tribute to Zeus, a deity with many counterparts, including the prominent Babylonian god Marduk, also known by various names such as Apollo, Baal, Moloch, and others. This video was uploaded to their page in April of this year, and they say this very weird pagan stuff. Apollo, god of sun and the idea of light. Wasn't that Lucifer? Yeah. Send your rays in light, the sacred torch for the hospitable city of Paris. And you, Zeus, give peace to all people on earth and wreath the winners of the sacred race. Today, Lady Gaga and Celine will be performing. Isn't that something? Then they show this video of the white flashes. And as I've said, this is a technology called blue lightning. That's how everything really happened. That's how it was really brought down. The newly released footage available after 23 years, which again, when I watched it, I didn't really see that much, but it's already garnered over 8 million views. The numbers are still climbing. Captured with a Sony VX2000 and a teleconverter, the footage benefits from an increased apparent focal length, providing greater telephoto effect than the lens had alone. This results now in one of the clearest recordings of the collapse. When you zoom in, which I didn't see with my naked eye, thank you, Alliance, for catching this for me, because I kind of slept through it, you will notice white flashes. And I did. I watched it up close. It's very provocative. What do you think they are? The U.S. federal cost for these wars after this time has surpassed 8T. So what happens is, as it's coming down, you see boom, 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 all these white flashes. Now, there was already testimony that people heard a bunch of explosive sounds, but now the flashes are very, very clear. And what that means is that, again, devices were planted to make sure the whole thing came down really smoothly at the free fall speed. So this new video that came out is of critical importance in the forensic investigation, unlocking what happened back then. And it's all going to be part of the stuff that comes out about the DS and how we learn what we've really been living in and what's really been going on this whole time. So, wow. And then notice there's 19 seconds. Following our classic formula, it leads to post 19. And we've read this one dozens of times already. I don't want to do it again, but it's talking about the D's controlling the black population, keeping them intentionally poor and in need, projecting racism, and why certain people have a lot of money. Exposing these networks in Hollywood. You will laugh once we disclose the details. And then it says the networks controlling this narrative that's false, keeping them all under control in this population. That network is being dismantled. Follow the money. False local and national leaders will now next be exposed as shills. That's all coming. Then we have the director of this organization, which is secret and provides certain types of services. Oh my God, she's the same woman who was with good old Tricky Dick 2 during the event in 2001. It's the same woman? Yep, she was responsible for orchestrating this back in 2001, and now she's tried to orchestrate another weird fake incident that would have gotten rid of 45. Isn't that amazing? Look at this. It says, recently resigned director Kim says she was with Dick in the White House in 2001 on his detail. In the video, she says she helped him evacuate that day and remain with him for the rest of the day. And she says, quote, it's like a choreographed moment. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Transportation Secretary Mineta testified how he gave the stand-down order on that day to NORAD. Picture on your right is of him with his legs on the table as the towers come down on that day on television. What are the odds, wink, wink, that she was with him on that day and also involved in this strange attempt against T? There is no coincidence here. T has stated he will declassify these files, and the timing of the new footage certainly coincides with the attempt on his life, which I think means that the alliance was responsible for leaking it most likely. So she had the means, motive, and opportunity. And then notice the video is actually, if you click on it in the original post, it's 87 seconds. So let's read post 87. My signatures all reference upcoming events that are about to drop, if this hasn't already been caught on, Snow White Godfather 3. So upcoming events are about to drop. That means that stuff about what happened in 2001 is about to drop. The whole thing's going to break open. They're telegraphing an immediate new amount of information is going to come out. This is incredibly exciting, folks. It's all coming to a head right now. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. We are definitely going to get done before 4 hours. We're at 3 hours and 45 minutes right now. I am watching the clock. We're right at the end. Then they had these dark symbols in the opening ceremonies that we just saw. I've talked about this at the beginning. The opening ceremony is not even hiding these symbols anymore. They're not hiding anything. They're doing it all in plain sight. These are the demonic dark forces of Satan who want to eclipse the light. You can already see skulls, motifs of death, satanic red lights, and then certain people in tunnels, trapped. Did anyone notice also that the single rider on a pale horse is straight out of the book of Revelation? Revelation 6:8 says, quote, I looked and behold a pale horse. The name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with sword and with hunger and with death and with the beasts of the earth. So then there's a whole bunch of embedded stuff in here. Again, 4.5 million views. You got Marie Antoinette beheaded, and she's singing in this weird way. And then they got this weird heavy metal. You got the imitation, the blasphemous imitation of the Last Supper. And then again, we got 2 videos, which have 2 lengths you can go back and look at. Nate Henry donated $10. Respect, David. I've been a fan since 2012. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Nate, very much for that. Mirta Delfrada says, amazing information. Thank you. Martha Craybill says, thank you, David, for sharing your beautiful mind. Just make it 4 hours, David, says Sybil Haynes. Well, we might. I'm going to try to keep it, reasonable. David Tripp says, do you think we will go through a 3-day blackout or will it happen differently? By the way, my friend Jake and I have been following you for over a decade. We love you. Well, they just said 10 days of darkness, so it might actually be a 10-day blackout. And again, the recent cyber strike that we saw with Windows caused us a massive disruption. So there could be sleeper stuff, software and things. Be ready for a real blackout. I totally am. I'm ready for it anytime. But when that happens, we know we're at the very end. And who knows how far away it could be. The crops formations are flagging August 14th. The Grand Cross is a big deal. There's a lot of astrological energy there related to the fall of kings. Remember, the crop formations have also showed us the Tower of Destruction. The lightning or the yods come in and they overthrow the false kings and queens. And here in this ceremony, you have the beheaded Marie Antoinette, which might be them saying, we know that we're being decapitated. And they're talking about it, in symbology. So let's talk about the video. 16-second video is post 16. Get the popcorn. Once again, the popcorn analogy. I had a big dream about popcorn. Friday and Saturday, that might mean this week, I don't know. We'll deliver on our promise. 45 knows he has to clean the house in order to free up and demonstrate. We already read this one before, so this is one that, again, shows us things are happening soon. It might even be on the weekend. Very exciting. And then we got post number 22, and this is one that we've always seen many times before, but again, it prognosticates immediate, instant access to the big one is coming, folks. Who controls the National Guard? Why were they recently activated in select cities in our country? Can they work in conjunction with Marines? Obviously, yes. Do conditions need to be satisfied in order to authorize this? It appears to be yes. And look at this, folks. Once again, Lincoln, what former president used the military to save the republic? That's what they're saying is going to happen. And what exactly occurred? This is the biggest drop ever to be provided. So they're telling you the military is going to be used. The masses tend to panic in these situations, study and prepare. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. Whoa. Once again, it's like it is coming in fast. The grand finale is upon us. Mortega donated $3 right there. And then Gregory Horn says, can you please take 2 minutes to explain Satan? Well, I did earlier in the show, if you didn't catch that. The Luciferian force invades our free will and inspires movement and growth. for the positive. So, you know, like for me, I know that with this guy coming after me so strongly and calling in a SWAT on me, I now have a great relationship with the police. I now have a great moderation team on my social media. Nobody can post hate on me anymore. We got people moderating our live stream comments here as well. So yeah, that's an example of how something really upsetting and dark has inspired me. Plus, the fact that I'm being hit this hard by certain controlled parties means that I'm more inspired than ever to be as brave as ever and as bold as ever. Instead of it making me cower in fear, I'm actually going all out. Because if people are going to try to threaten me and intimidate me, you're going to get just the opposite. I'm going to go even harder. I'm going to fight even harder. I'm going to be even more strong, more brave, more fearless. That's the way I work. I was trained in martial arts. My instructor said, you know, this is Pange Noon Kung Fu. I had 5 years of that, and we were not trained to tournament fight. We were trained to devastate our opponent in 3 seconds or less. So I'm only using this stuff for self-defense when you actually, it's your life or theirs. One of the biggest things, and I started this in 8th grade, and I ended when I graduated from high school, so I got 5 years in, twice a week. And when you consider what that is for black belt training, it's the equivalent of 2.5 black belts that I would have. So he didn't give out any belts. It was sashes, and a black sash. To get up to black sash would have probably taken me 10 or 15 years of study. But in the conventional sense of like conventional karate, taekwondo, that kind of stuff, I have the equivalent of 2 black belts. Based on my instruction, the fact that I did it for 5 years, and that I trained so intensively. So I got a black tie too. Imagine that, right? This side doesn't look right. Let's get that. Oh yeah, that looks better. Okay. Trama needs me to look really good. You know, she wants to make sure that all of her Tran babies are taken care of here. You are a blessing and you look sharp. Thank you very much for that. Somebody just donated. Darkness hates truth. That's why you're being attacked. It sure seems that way. And again, you know, whatever. I don't want to talk about him anymore. It's just so ridiculous. But the point here is that no war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. It might take 10 days. It might not even take that long. But the point is, again, this is vectoring in fast. It's going to have to do with the shooting. It's going to have to do with them trying to do a blackout. It's going to have to do with an economic event. Miles Irvin right there donated $10, says top-notch information. Thank you, Miles. I'm also buying more silver and self-defense lessons. Now less fancy plaid and more angry dad. Son, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. God damn it, you just don't follow through. You keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again, and I have had it. When are you going to learn, son? You got to just get it together. You're gaining weight. You look fatter and fatter and fatter and fatter, boy. You got to slim down before you try growing a mustache or a beard. Why don't you try losing that fat first? I have had it. Unfortunately, a lot of these are quotes that I really did hear, including why grow a beard? Why don't you lose that fat first? That was one of the ones that the real angry daddy gave me. So thank you for bringing out some angry daddy for us. Do a George Carlin impression. Well, he's so vulgar, I don't even know if I could do that. So anyway, we got some really cool stuff going on. We got Gizmo just donated right there. Thank you very much. To Unity, he says. We had a couple people bail out for dinner. I understand that. You can come back later. But we're still at like 3,800 almost. So anyway, we're going to get to the end here. We're coming up on the 4 hours. So let's do the next one. The portrait of the artistic director of this organization. This is Thomas. He was the director for these ceremonies at the games. He mocked God and displayed satanic rituals right to your face. He's being celebrated as a hero only by certain people. He looks like the type of person who good old John and good old H would probably have invited to one of their infamous parties where certain foods are served that involve cheese. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, then they talk about the black and white checkered floor. These people are dancing over that. These half-naked people were dancing around little kids for the entire world to watch. This whole performance is taking place on a black and white checkered floor, like with Masonic, and that represents the duality of life. This is their attempt to try to normalize this sexualization. 1.2 million views. Oh, we got 2 more donations. Stacy Sylvester. And Carl Moffat, he says, you are a great human. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate you guys' help. It really is invaluable to me that you guys have my back here, and it makes me feel good to keep doing this show and be brave and fearless, you know? Give you a little angry daddy, give you a little Tramog, give you a little Colin, whatever it takes. Now, this is really interesting. This gay balloon shows up over the statue, and again, in my dream, the prophetic dream about the shooting where I was able to bend bullets, I mean, you just can't deny that was out there before. I'd already been talking about the dream before it happened. I didn't want to believe it, but I even used the slide of him, a 45 on the ground with blood on him. In my dream, after they tried to kill 45, oh, we got another one. Shrine 1 donated $30 in MYR. Godspeed, he says. Stand firm says, you are never alone, never abandoned, and fear will never conquer you because you belong to Jesus. Amen. Reverend Dick Dingus approves of that 100%. All right. So in my dream, remember, after I retaliated against the person who tried to attack 45, he and his cohorts escaped in what I called the gay balloon. And it was a mirror of the balloon I built in the physics class, which again had 4 sides. We had the 4-sided crop circle that I showed you. Well, wouldn't you know, with the Hollywood David fetish still in full effect, I mentioned Godzilla versus Kong. Go watch that movie. It's actually pretty amazing. It's worth the money, I think. Janice Novak just donated $20. Who is your favorite little rascal? Says Darren Ochuizo. I don't know. Maybe Spanky? Probably Spanky, yeah. Oh, really? Why is that? You know, I love that kid. Anyway, it's a really weird random question. But so they tried to escape in this balloon. And then sure enough, they fetishized my prophetic vision. And they have their little escape in the balloon over the destroyed Statue of Liberty, which is what they're trying to do. They want to destroy this country. So as I was just saying, this is another example of the Hollywood David fetish. Because in my Trump dream, they tried to escape in the hot air balloon. And there again, you see it right here. Terrifying predictive programming displayed at these games showing a hot air balloon flying over a bruised and battered Statue of Liberty. This implies 2 things. First of all, they're going to do a full-blown attack on our freedom. And secondly, they wish that they could get a post-America after a collapse. But if America falls, so does the rest of the world. So it's not really going to happen, but again, this is what they're trying to do, and it's another one of these very weird things where they use my visions and then they make entertainment product out of them. They just did it again because, again, they tried to escape in a hot air balloon in my prophetic dream, which they take this stuff very seriously. And it was probably post number 10. I missed that one. Sorry. Whatever the post was, I missed it. I was working really fast at this point. And they say they're banning religious symbols, but of course they will use their own. A surfboard with the image of Christ the Redeemer was strictly banned by this committee. They cited their charter saying no political, religious, or racial demonstration of propaganda shall be permitted. However, at the same time, they literally mocked the same religion in public and violated their own rules. There you go. And then we see that this particular firm, C-Spire, decided, you know what, we're out of here, we're pulling our ads, and when the money gets cut off, they get really scared. And the company said, we were shocked by the mockery of the Last Supper during these ceremonies. We will pull our advertising out. Everyone who has faith in God needs to do the same thing. So they said. Then we have 45 endorsing the Bitcoin right here. His conference speech recap. On day 1, I will appoint a new SEC chairman, create a U.S. strategic national stockpile if elected. That's interesting. Keep 100% of the Bitcoin it owns in the U.S. Bitcoin is the price is going to go up. Never sell it. It will one day probably surpass gold. Wow. I can't believe he actually said all this stuff. I reaffirm my pledge to commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht. We will never have the digital currency. Crypto will skyrocket like never before. It does not threaten the dollar. The current U.S. government is what's threatening that. We will become the crypto capital of the planet and the superpower of the world for this. It stands for freedom, sovereignty, and independence from coercion control. Sounds like they're going to be backing up the currency, make sure it can't be crashed. I pledge to the community that the day I take oath of office, this anti-crypto crusade will be over. Isn't that fascinating? And I think this is the last one, or one of the last ones, the blackout in Paris after they displayed the symbols. This was probably done by the Alliance on one day after displaying some of the most satanic rituals we've ever seen. They experienced a blackout. God wins. And then this meme was going around at the same time where Jesus was the one causing it. It's really funny. And then we have an 11-second video leading to post number 11, which we've again seen before many times. Military intelligence and the imposition of military intelligence takeover investigations. They lost this very important power over the military. Oh, there's a couple more. 2012 Olympics had this predictive programming. I had talked about this before. The opening ceremony in 2012 featured nurses dancing around hospital beds, creepy healthcare workers, and terrified children, all of which the media disturbingly dismissed as normal. This was a big-time COVID prophecy 8 years in advance, as you can see. So then this is one of the images. There's this little girl in a hospital bed, this massive Voldemort angel of death looming over her. So yeah, we're at the end now. These are the final moments, folks, before the big reveal. Hence the title of the show, which is approaching the grand finale. Absolute Legend just donated. 45 has no sign of having been shot at. Well, that's not true. Absolutely it was. Anyway, I believe it was totally real. That's my opinion. And then we have Lucas Mazziero just donated. David, I'm a big fan. Can you tell us how CERN relates to this? Is CERN evil? And then, yeah, well, no, it's just an atom smasher. But the point is that it can create portal phenomena and cause things to happen. We're marked right now, so we're just going to keep it really short from here. The first wave of Ascension happens in 2025, as I've been saying. The crop circles have told us this. Michael Prophecies have told us this. So this is all leading up to the Galactic Family Reunion, where we meet up with our benevolent ET brothers and sisters. And I'm really excited to be a part of this. My life is a trip, man. I mean, I'm getting attacked. People are calling the police on me. And then the business card of the police is duplicated in a crop circle. We have crop circles talking about the Stavati illustrations of our, SM36, that we have 4 power plants that are Tesla turbines. They show us the turbines. They showed us the trumpet formation that had the ears and the bullets. They showed us the 45 triangles in this matrix that also looks like a Rubik's Cube that we have to solve. It also looks like the logs on my house next to the wall where the business card was planted. It also shows us the spiral staircase that's behind me. It also shows us the fins on the back of the time-traveling DeLorean when the previous trumpet crop circle also had the flux capacitor. So look, I'm really tripped out, man. I'm excited about being involved in this. I'm excited about working with the Alliance in the future. My Washington, D.C. timeline, getting to talk about these things, talk about what they were doing on a much larger level. And all of these attacks have only made me stronger. I've built an incredible protection grid now. I'm in contact with the local police. I've got a 3-person moderation team, so nobody's going to be able to get any hate to last on my pages anymore. We're going to take it all down. We have people working around the clock, literally. We have staff working around the clock to look for this stuff, and as soon as it shows up, somebody's going to catch it. Because again, we got a whole team, and then we got 2 other people hired just for this. When are you going to get on Joe Rogan's podcast with Elon Musk, says Mason Blair? Well, if they invite me, I'll gladly do it. It's up to them. Mr. Dark CR says, are both sides using time travel? I would kind of agree, yes. We can see, like with the Simpsons thing, that was really strange, wasn't it? David, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the bullseye crop circle left on 6/11/23 was left on 6/11, and Trump was shot at 6:11 p.m. Wow! Ooh, man, that's a good one. Who said that? That's JS. That is incredible. I hadn't even thought of that. Wow, 6/11 and 6:11 p.m. And then we also got Ephesians 6:11, which is to put on the armor of God. That classic Bible quote about defending yourself and having good boundaries. So yes, that is a great catch. I got to remember that. I'll put that into the next show. That's incredible. Thank you very much for that. I'm so glad I read my comments. Can you please make Michael Prophecies into physical books? I'm going to try to do that. I've been very busy. But yes, in the fullness of time, we are going to get paper copies out. It's a little bit harder with copyright and, making sure that everything is properly vetted out. But we're going to do all that. All the images will be vetted out. Everything's going to be fine. So anyway, it is really exciting because when you read Michael Prophecies, it tells us this is all leading up to the first wave of Ascension happening in the year 2025. And I do believe that is the case. So with all that said, let us do a global peace meditation. And we're going to close this sucker out. We're at about 4 hours and 5 minutes or so when we're done. So, okay. I'd like you to close your eyes now. Put both feet flat on the floor. We're just going to do a quick one, so hopefully you don't get too many ads. If you do, just hit skip, and it'll only make you go deeper into meditation. Take a nice deep breath and let it go. And as you find yourself going into the silence, reflecting on all of the amazing crop formations we've seen, all of these interesting codes that are together leading us into these very, very stunning realizations. The Alliance is working in conjunction with positive beings. We're becoming more relaxed, sending them our prayerful energy, sending prayerful energy to the wildfire in California, taking energy out of that storm of fire, praying for the greatest good, that we're not going to have to go through too many blackouts, if any, that we're not going to have to go through too much economic collapse. Maybe this can all happen in a very peaceful and sudden way, clean and swift. Masses tend to panic. That's not going to happen. It is very clear that we are approaching the grand finale. So as you keep on meditating and breathing ever more deeply, we're just breathing in the relaxation, the healing, warm, loving energy, seeing that this is not going to lead to disaster, feeling yourself being filled with waves and waves of cosmic love and light vibration, feeling yourself emboldened by the idea of a one infinite creator that uses geometric energy to create DNA in water, that those DNA patterns are being shown in the formations, tied in with July 4th, with independence, with galactic DNA upgrades. All of these things, as Michael has said, coming into view for next year. The Alliance is going to do the arrests. We're going to see incredible things unfold on Earth like we've never seen before. Breathing deeply, breathing in this reality, meditating on the light, meditating on our own peace, allowing the silence to fill us, feeling that stillness, that peace that comes from knowing that we are the light, we are the love, we are the one infinite creator, and this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. Sending this energy of positivity, love, and healing to all those in the world who are suffering, to all those in need of this prayer or healing energy, sending it to the areas of strife in the world, visualizing the end of these wars, the end of these conflicts, and the coming of great peace, great levels of fellowship, brotherly love, understanding, and knowingness. And we thank the presence of the Lord Jesus Christ, or just Jesus, however you want to say it, the Christ consciousness, the one infinite creator. We are emboldened to move forward ever more fully. The Ephesians 6:11 and the 6:11-23 thing was very fascinating. I just learned that. This is all going in a very positive, benevolent direction. We are being protected. Our leaders are being protected. David Wilcock is being protected. And we will all be fine. So let us take this energy and say thank you to the universe for keeping us safe, keeping us protected, and leading our planet through a benevolent, non-catastrophic ascension process, where we're going to get disclosure, UFO reality, meeting our galactic brothers and sisters, and all of it is coming so soon. We thank you. We say Amen, Adonai, and peace be with you in the light of everlasting love. And so it is. Now I want you to start to open your eyes, wiggle your fingers and toes, come back to the room. Thank you guys for being here. We got Ariel Odell just donated. Lucas Mazzaro donated again. How long would it be possible to drive the hover car nonstop? Can you share when we will see it? The hover car is going to drive for a long time. You'll be able to drive a long distance, many hours, without needing any type of charge. And that is very exciting. So I'm happy that you guys are here. Thank you so much. It's been a real privilege and pleasure to be here. And let's see what we are for time. We're at 4 minutes and 7 seconds. We're going to go to 4:08. So again, I'm really happy to be here, and I thank you guys for your support. I'll be back next Sunday. We have a lot more to cover. This is a very exciting time to be alive. And I guess since I just cleaned off my barbecue grill propane tanks with Formula 409, I'll talk until 4:09. K Pasa USA says, may the force be with you. Thanks, David. Good job, brother. God bless. Keep you safe. Everyone take care till the next time we meet. Karen Watson says, thank you very much, David. Carrie Ann Quantum Go Time 19 says, thank you, David. How many can fit in one hover car? I think it'll be like 4 or 5 passengers. Thank you for the beautiful prayers, says Britt Marit. Anna Nishida says, love you so much, David. You are protected. Richard Tashida says, thanks, David. Genetic Jabber says, you're merely a luminiferous ether perturbation modality. Tripp says, our global peace meditations will counter negative attempts they make on our world and freedom. Thank you, David, to lead them. Yeah, that's a good point to end out with. These prayers actually do create positive effects. The meditation effect proves that 7,000 people in meditation, we have 28,000 views here. Oh, we got a mouse going. It's time for me to end. Anyway, why are the crop circles always in the UK? We already talked about that last week. But these meditation effects really work. It creates a 72% reduction in war, terrorism, crime, and fatalities. The live stream is an excellent way to do that. So I want to thank you guys for being here. It's a true honor and privilege. I'm really glad that we were able to do this today. And I will see you on next week's show. Thank you for watching. See you next time.